need, lie, it will be illuminated, and you start reasoning in another way. That is what we provoke here. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you once again. Tata Bobo Chafo. Our leader is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Before I continue, I will bring in one other, please. One other come in before I continue.
Good afternoon, Mazi, Jonathan. Good afternoon, my fellow Biafrans. My name's Marian T. Hyder. I am from Umunoha. Umunoha is in Nnamdi local government. But today, I'll be speaking from United States. I send my utmost respect to Mazi Ohamadike wherever he is. I continue to pray for his sanity. I continue to pray for his health. I continue to believe that he's coming out very soon. I send my utmost and sincere respect to DOS, headed by HOD, Mazi Edoziem. I thank everyone as we have come again one more time today, Saturday, for us to together reason, interact, ask questions, go deeper inside our inner thoughts to understand why we as Africans, Biafrans, Igbos, pinpointing it there, are where we are. What are the things that are holding us bound? This is what we're dealing with. To untangle ourselves from whatever thing that has been holding us down, unless we do not believe that we're in bondage. That is why we are here. That's the mission, because only us can save ourselves. Nobody can. So let me yield back and let us go forward to today's program. God bless you all.
We must continue. Before I continue, just few news headlines I will read. I will also start by reiterating on people stop being a weapon or a tool to criminality in our land. Please. It doesn't matter who is sending you money, or who is sending you, or who you think you are working for, or you think you are working for yourself. Let me tell you, what you are doing, you are working for the caliphate. Do you understand? When you are bringing criminality in our land, what you are doing, you are fulfilling the wishes of the caliphate. It doesn't matter. Stop kidnapping our people. Stop killing our people. Because you have gone. Our leader have made it clear that we shouldn't be killing those that we are saving. It is irrational. It doesn't matter who call you from anywhere and tell you continue what you are doing. Do not listen to them. He is sending you on a mission to scatter our land. You might think that you are doing it, oh, it's your business, you are hijacking cars, you know, and selling and making business. That is not business. What you are doing is even worse than what Ifajuna did during the war. And nobody in our land, in Igbo land, has a surname today, Ifajuna. You understand? Because of the attitude, the single action of a single person. So please, criminality is not or should never be allowed in our land. Any person that is telling you that, oh, send or give us money, call you on phone and say it's ESN. Are you supporting, how much are you going to use to support ESN, IPOB? You know that it's a criminal. If you can trap the person, do that with the village. Tell the village vigilante, let them go after that person or group of people. Because there is no space for criminality in IPOB in what we are doing. Our leader said it clearly. Anytime you allow criminality to enter IPOB, say bye-bye to Biafra. That is not what we are here for. We are not here to make money. What we are, all of us, we are army of volunteers. You understand? So there is nothing like money is not our focus. Because if you bring money to be a focus, I'm telling you honestly, say bye-bye to Biafra, of which we cannot afford to do that. Therefore, we must continue. Let me quickly go because time is against us and we need to preach this gospel, honestly. One of the news headlines, Fulani militia kill 1, injure 8 and burn down 19 houses in Plateau community 24 hours after murder of 9 family. They are on the rampage. Have you ever seen where the Nigerian military, kill Fulani and brought them and put gun and to showcase them, calling Chinese television to come and watch? These are Fulani militia or Fulani terrorists. Have you ever had it? Have you ever seen it? Because the Nigerian government is supporting, that is, they are the people that are sponsoring the Fulani militia. Look at in Plateau, in the region of Danjuma and Gawon, those that we are hustling, they are fighting for Nigeria. They killed Biafra. They killed Biafrans. The Caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate used them. The Fulani Caliphate used them. Today, their villages, their communities are ransacked every day. People should understand that there are horrible crimes going on in northern Nigeria, every part of northern Nigeria, and even in the middle belt, by the Fulani terrorists. But all these things are underreported. But we must continue. Okay, I will go on another news headline. National Assembly Commission bypass senior official Akobweze and appoints Tambuwal as acting clerk. That is the Nigeria we are. After, they'll tell you, no, we are not being marginalized. No, we are the same. Every part of the country is suffering. Somebody that merits a position, it is his merit. His name is Akobweze. But they left him. The National Assembly Commission has created confusion with its appointment of Magaji Tambuwal as the acting clerk of the National Assembly, while reportedly bypassing the most senior official in the management, Chinedu Akobweze. He's an Igbo man. He's a Biafra. So, what will happen? Why will he get that position? Whereas the Fulani, Nigeria belongs to the Caliphate. But this person now, go and meet him. He will tell you now, he will continue. In a country you call your own, you're a citizen. But all these things, people don't see it. The Ohanese don't see it. They say, we are talking about Biafra. We are causing war, this and that. Thank God that no person is talking about Biafra as a call for war again. No more. Because we have consistently made them to understand the reality that the call for the restoration, the quest for the restoration of Biafra is not a call for war. Reason has prevailed. That is it. So we must continue. This man, Chinedu Akobweze, he will keep quiet as a slave and move on. We got to move on. We got to move on. That is the reality. And the Fulani person is there. That is why, you see, like yesterday I talked about the security agencies. The Nigerian security agencies are being headed by mostly the Fulanis. Out of 11, 2 are Yoruba, all others are Fulani from the north. And it's no problem. But what surprises me is that these are the Fulani. They are the people that will come and start calling us, tribalists. We are nepotists. I've said this. These people, They know how to do things. They are the people, they will be chopping off your head, they will be beating you, and they will cry more than you. That is their strategy. We understand that. And we will continue. National Assembly Commission bypass senior official Chinedu Akubeze and appoints Tambua Magaji. Why wouldn't they appoint him? Go and tell that to Chinedu Akubeze. Tell him now. He will tell you about Biafra. He will tell you, oh, no, leave. No, leave. Kind of reply. Because he's getting crumbs. He's getting crumbs. That is the only thing. So he prefer to be like that instead of solving the problem or facing the reality. No. We are not slaves and we should never be. Okay. Nigeria Finance Ministry requests $8.92 million World Bank loan to buy furniture, stationery, and others. Do you see how bad it is? The Nigeria Finance Ministry, they are requesting $8.92 million of loan, World Bank loan, in order to buy furniture, stationery, and other things, to make purchases. Do you see how bad it is? A country that they offer 218 million plus, they borrow money to pay workers. No human resources development, nothing. They borrow money to buy furnitures. And tomorrow you'll be asking why, you know, they relegate you to the background as a Nigerian. You are asking. You want your right. People that knows their right only outside. Okay. Let me, the last but not the least. A report says thousands of Christian lives lost in rising tide of murderous attacks, kidnappings, and brutality by the three linked extremist terror groups in northern Nigeria. Thousands of Christian lives in northern Nigeria. Is your Pope or Archbishop of Canterbury talking? Oh, even he wants you to all die because they know that you are stupid. That's it. Does anybody care? Does anybody care for you? No. No, but you are belonging to Christian church. Does it make any difference? The answer is no. They kill you. They have said you are the lamb. You're supposed to be a lamb. A lamb for slaughter. That is how they program you to be. It is time for us to save ourselves from this rubbish. Well, I don't know whether you have anything to add before I move on, please.
No, Mazi, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. We must continue. As we all know, the topic of our submission, we continue on upholding our values. We must preach this gospel. Upholding our values, part 5. And in that, there are pertinent questions that we should answer. What are those questions? Did Christianity introduce God to us? Did Christianity introduce God to us? That is the first question. The second question is, do these foreign religions have monopoly of God? Do they have monopoly of God? We will answer them. We will answer them. But as I said before, remember, what we are doing is to bring up historical facts and analysis. Many things that we are not privileged to know. Many things that we are hidden from us, and we were swimming in the ocean of stupidity. There was the clip I played before. The man said, with all this, he's a Ghana man. He's a Ghanaian. He said Ghana is highly developed, but in stupidity. Because churches, people don't even understand, they don't know the religion they are inside. A foreign religion, they are being pushed, intimidated to be inside. They don't know. Let me tell you, we must preach this gospel. We must. Okay. First of all, I want to, we have been talking about the values. Let us define value. It is the regard that something is held to deserve, the importance, worth, or usefulness of something, holding something to high esteem. That is value. You value it. Our value. Now, upholding our values means holding our natural selves, including our capabilities, our unity, spirituality, etc., to a high esteem. We should refuse to be what the foreign colonists programmed us to be. That is what we do here. Because there is no-go area in this restoration. We must first of all be free mentally. When we say this, because people want the status quo, the same thing we are accustomed to hearing. I was watching something somebody sent to me, a congregation, a church. With thousands of people as members, the pastor was, they are happy when they are telling demonizing our is a traditionalist, so it's demonic. People were shouting, clapping. When they demonize our value, people were happy. People are happy. They clap, they laugh, they cast it out more and more. And openly in a town, in a morning cry or morning devotion, the one they use megaphone in the morning to disturb people. They will demonize you, unbelievers. People, they are happy. It's not calling for religious war. No. But when we preach our own gospel, people say that no, we want to stir up religious trouble. Do you see how the imperialists work, how they behave? They must impose on you. You must remain how you are. How they want you to be. You must not rise up or think another way around. No. That way they programmed us to be, they want us to remain there. If you want to shake out, they say no, you are trying to cause war. Do you see what we are suffering? Do you see it? Okay. The Europeans never introduced God to us. Rather, they introduced their own God to us and forced us via violence, intimidation, financial inducement and privileges, etc., to make us believe or intimidate us believe in their version of God, thereby turning against our own spirituality and values. We started using their religion and God as our standard, which was not supposed to be. I thought about this. I said, but all this, this is a true God. What is the standard? Where do you derive the standard of a true God and this and that God? How do you derive the standard? You are born into this planet somewhere in a location, and there are things that are going on there. Highest thing you can do, contribute to ameliorate, remove. If there are elements of bad things that are inside that tradition, you remove it. But condemning and turning against who you are, that is evil. It's evil, because nobody has a monopoly of God. Nobody. You cannot come now to tell me, I'm not worshiping a true God. How do you define the true God? On what standard? That is the question I used to ask. Ask it to all these people now, they run away. On what standard? Who gave you? Do you know God? Who gave you the audacity? Who gave you the authority in order to standardize God, that entity you call God? What we say here, I want people to reason. I want to poke your reasoning capability. Why people they come, they say no. Oh, these people are barbarians. They are savages worshiping idol. And I ask, what is idol? What is an idol? How do you? This is just a language. A language. Do you understand? Now they standardize God. How? Who gave them that authority to standardize? How do you measure God? On what scale? Whose scale? All these things are in our tradition. We shouldn't impose our way of life to others. It is Ewebere Ugobere. That is the thing. I cannot come and condemn Nkono Nambagi. No, it is impossible. Who gave me that authority? We are all in this earth together as human beings. The only thing is that you find yourself in another location. I found myself in another location. Why should you come and demonize my way of life? All these things, we should understand it. Okay. With what standard do we measure the entity called God? That is a question. None. Every people see it in their own way. That entity you call God, you see it in you see that entity through your own prism, your own vision, your own way of life. Do you see? But problems come when each mainstream religion sees their own God or religion as the only true God. This is laughable. Honestly speaking, this is laughable. You know, this is simply imperialism, supremacy mentality. Do you understand me? It's just simple supremacy mentality. Oh God, you don't know God, you don't see God. Is what your conception, your belief, your tradition, the traditional way you believe, they make you believe in what you call God. Now you come to impose it on me, mocking my own, that no, I'm not serving a true God or a living God. Who tell you that? Who tell you that? Who tell you that? That is simply imperialism and the supremacy mentality. Every nation, tribe, or kingdom has their own peculiar view of the entity we call God. It is just like the food we eat all over the world. Though prepared in different ways by different people according to their different traditions and locations, and with different ingredients, the basic fact is that all the different traditional foods contain the basic nutrients needed by the body: carbohydrates, protein, and other mineral elements. You know? Therefore, nobody has the right to condemn or banish other people's foods. The same way, no religion has the monopoly of God's truth. You understand? Because it's all his belief. You believe your own. I do my thing. I believe my own, do my thing. You believe your own, do your own thing. What is the problem? Why should you come to impose your own and say your own is superior? Why? Who gave you that authority? Putting your religion on top of others is simply political. You know why I say it? Because it's a mode of conquest. You know, just powerful person, powerful people, once they can manipulate and maneuver you, now they impose everything on you. They impose their religion on you. So that they are God on you, so that you start thinking like them, so that they can be able to manipulate you. You understand? So that they can be able to manipulate you. There are things you'll be doing easy and in their religion. They will call you in order. They'll say no. Come with just let me give you example. I'm not a fan of Fatambaka or anything, but just let me give you example. He is a Roman Catholic, doing what he's doing under Roman Catholic. Do you see how what he's doing, whether right or wrong? Do you see how they just close the adoration ground? Although I think it's open, because he's under them. That is the way they want us to be. He's under them. You understand? So they will give order from the Vatican and say, this man, they transfer him. That is because they have control over you. If, for example, he is doing all these things in our traditional way, does the Pope have anything to do with him? Does Pope has anything to do with him? He will not be under their control. We're doing our own thing. He will be doing his own thing under our own traditional way. It's just an example I give you. But all these things, so that they can be able to control you. Do you understand? Do you know the reason why you have Orthodox churches, Coptic churches in Egypt, in Russia, in other places, in Greece? They are Christians, yes, but they don't want to be under the control of the papacy, Pope. They started right from beginning. They say, yes, we are Europeans, but look, we don't want to be under the control of Italy, of Rome in the future. So they started it right from beginning. They say, yes, but we preach our own. So the headquarters is in our own land. We don't want to be answering boy to anybody. And they modified their own teachings, do their own Christmas, in their own way, do their Christian celebration, because Christianity is widely accepted in the whole of Europe as their tradition. Let me tell you, Christianity is not supposed to even be another religion. It is something wrestled out from Judaism. You understand? Rome being a conquering power, or an imperialist that time, they saw Christianity and they said, look, they have to modify it in order to also use it as a conquest material. That is what happened. So they spread it all over Europe and made it compulsory that every European country, kingdom should be Christian, so that they adopt it universally as their tradition. That is why it is not about their practicing. No, they will tell you when something happens, they will say, we are Christians, blonde, hair and eyes, we are Christians. They take it as their identity now. You that is in Africa, in Nigeria, jumping up, casting out demon, I'm a Christian. They don't even regard you as a Christian. Do you know that? Because it's their identity. If you want, they don't even take it now as even spirituality or religion per se. It is their identity. You can see many times, wars come to wars, mostly in Eastern Europe, they tell you they are Christians. It's their identity. So it's not about going to church. It's their identity. People should understand it. But you are in Nigeria now, I'm a Christian. Oh, you want to go pilgrimage to Rome, this and that. All these are mental enslavement. They control you. Japan rejected all these. Today, Japan is developed. Many Asian countries rejected all this. Even Arab countries, they were colonized by Europe or European countries. But did it deter them from continuing their own way of life, their religion, Islam? Did it deter them? Did it stop them? Are they not educated? More educated than you? Because they are practical. They build their cities. They build. Qatar is holding World Cup. Can Nigeria hold World Cup? Or host World Cup? The answer is no. But it's a Muslim country. And they told you that no beer should be sold. They banned our language. They started teaching us everything in English and French. And we accepted it. We never made any effort. China, they were partly colonized, even by Britain. Yes, that's it. But they retained their language because they fought for it. They made sure that they don't lose anything. In Arab world, the Arab countries, they teach their people with Arab. They teach science in Arab. But us, when in school, when you speak a secondary school, you speak a Igbo language, they say in class, you have to be flogged for speaking vernacular. They call it vernacular. Do you see how we ignorantly sold everything concerning us? Today, our language is not developed because you cannot even use Igbo language to teach science. Whereas Japan, they retain their language and they use their language in order to teach biology, chemistry, everything. They made sure to retain their languages. That is dignity. But in our own, we sold everything. We accepted everything, swallowed everything, hook, line, and sinker. Do you see the problem we are having? When we talk about our values, all these are involved. It is involved. Our value is not cooking okay, issue okay, so that you become a billionaire overnight. No, that is not our value. All these things are also something they learned from Christianity. Gambling, sow seed of 500 naira and get 5 million. Now sow seed of 5 million naira and get 5 billion. Palm 3 from 4. Gambling, ritual. So what they saw, they said they start copying it. Oh, we are going back to our root. They started washing. Oh, come, it's money. We will make you rich. It's the same thing. Charlatanism. We must continue. Okay. As I said before, every nation, tribe, or kingdom has their own peculiar view of the entity we call God. It's just like the food we eat all over the world, though prepared in different ways by different people according to their different traditions and locations and with different ingredients. The basic fact is that all the different traditional foods contain the basic nutrients needed by the body, carbohydrate, which are carbohydrate, protein, and other mineral elements. Therefore, nobody has the right to condemn or punish other people's foods. The same way no religion has the monopoly of God's truth. Putting your religion on top of others is simply political. The same way PDP, APC, LP, NPN, PPP, or this and that, all these political parties will campaign that their party is the best. Do you see that? That is why I say it's political. Nothing more. It is not the reality. It's just political to get you on their side. Oh, come to my own religion, is the best. They campaign for you and you enter. Now you start seeing others as inferior. That is the truth. This is the reason religious imposition is always done through conquest. It's done through conquest, mostly via conquest. You know, there is people think that conquest is only use of arms. You conquer people gradually through any way. What the caliphate started doing since 1970, they want to complete conquest of Biafra land, promoting people that change to Igbo, people that change to Islam. They promote them. They, enrich them. They use Islamic bank, lend you money to do business without anytime you have. Don't worry, don't pay any distance, any interest. All these are ways of conquest. Why are they, trying to lure you? If this thing is reality, truth, no, but you don't need to lure somebody to make the person do something that will be beneficial to him. Why not to bring a fabrication of aeroplanes? Why not? Instead, all that matters to them is to make sure that we bring we go and change. Don't you know? Don't you see that it is just conquest for conquest? Okay, let's go on. One of our values is ethnic unity. Is our value, one of our values, ethnic unity. But Christianity made us to separate and divide ourselves into unbelievers and believers. Something foreign, very foreign to us. They made us regard them, that is the foreigners that brought this Christianity, as our brothers against our non-Christian or church denominational brothers and sisters. You know what they do? They cite, I will read it so that we understand. Because what I'm telling you, I'm also a victim. Most of us experience this. Citing 2 Corinthians chapter 16 verse 14 to 17. Let me read it, please. I will read it. Open your Bible. 2 Corinthians chapter 6. Today, you know, the other one time our leader quoted the Quran. We quote. We learn from everything. The book of Lucifer, we learn. We read it and we learn. 2 Corinthians chapter 6 verse 14 to 17. I will read. Listen. In King James Version or New King James Version. They have all these version. Do not be unequally yoked together with unbelievers. Okay? For what fellowship has righteousness with lawlessness? Now, they made us call our own value lawlessness. You see, we are put them Sobuna families in our land. What I'm telling you is what I also experienced. I experienced it with my mother. They tell you, don't go to celebration of on our land. Igbo Kurusha is sin. So don't go. Don't ever associate yourself with them because they are unbelievers. And you know, problems everywhere in our land. And somebody said that we should not talk about this in Chineke. Why are people wicked? This is our value we want to return back. Okay? That same unity, without separating ourselves because of foreign religion. Now you join the foreigners. They made you, you are their brother. You are believers like them. So now you are own blood brother. They separate you from him. Do you see where they got us? Do you see where they committed the crime against humanity in our land? And somebody said that we should not talk about it. No, it will bring war. Do you see it? They quote you now, something that we never had in our land before, foreign in our land. We never call ourselves unbelievers. Okay, let me continue. And what communion has light with darkness? So our traditional value is darkness. They are light. And what are called has Christ with Belial. Do you see? Or what part has a believer with unbeliever? In another they call him, they say unbeliever is an infidel. Do you know that? When you are calling your brother unbeliever, but you are sad when Fulani call everybody infidel, you are putting them right that they are right after all. Because you don't believe what they believe. So they are infidel. You are infidel. As you are calling your brother infidel, you go 2 Corinthians chapter 6 verse 14. Go to festivals in our land. They say it's sin. No, their church prohibits it. Do you see how they gradually ate our backbone, destroyed it? That affinity, that brotherliness that we had, they just severed it. Things fell apart. When you read the Okonkwade, things fall apart, you understand. They severed it. Now, brother will channel himself with a foreigner, calling his own brother an unbeliever. Something error. Normally in our land, in our traditional value, somebody that should be excommunicated is somebody that committed evil against the land. Normally, that is a person that is either excommunicated or kwala. You understand? That is the only person, the people we know. Nobody calls him his fellow brother an unbeliever. No, it is evil, because when you call him, he's an infidel, because he's not going your church. He's not a Christian like you. He's not going the same church with you. Now, why should you cry when Fulani call everybody infidels? Why? They call everybody pigs, because an unbeliever is a pig. Also, you can also equally call him or her a pig. Why should you cry? And I continue reading chapter 16. Verse 16. And what agreement has the temple of God with idols? For you are the temple of the living God, as God has said, I will dwell in them and walk among them. I will be their God, and they shall be my God. All these things, they put all these things in order to make sure to bring our value down. You start looking at yourself as inferior. Do you understand? So, how he said, come out from among them, chapter 17, and be separate, says the Lord. Do not touch what is unclean, and I will receive you. Do you see it? They change everything, changing our mentality, so that we start seeing ourselves, each other, as believers and unbelievers. Some that are siding with the foreigners, and some, they will be fighting against our core values. Do you see why we have to bring back ourselves? Do you see that? Let's go back to history and see how the Roman Catholic Pope Nicholas V issued series of papal bull. Papal bull is an edict to grant Portugal or Christians the right to enslave Africans. I want to read just a few things. Listen, because when when you quote this and that, we tell you what we are telling you is how this thing you take as the ultimate, how it came into our land. We have the right to go into history and dig it out. We have the right to do so, in order to make you to think, to reason. What we are doing is to make ourselves reason and think and say, after all, what they brought to us, the same way they brought Nigeria as an illusion to us. Didn't we go Nigeria? Oh, it's a no victor, no vanquish. They deceived us with that. Was it really no victor, no vanquish? Oh, rehabilitation, the 3R. Is it really true? And we went into sleep. It's the same thing what they brought to us, and we are dancing around, killing ourselves because of it, having enemies among ourselves because of it. What we are doing here is for us to stop having enmity between us because of all these religions, because nobody has a monopoly of God. Nobody has the right to tell you that, look, oh, you are worshiping idol. What is he worshiping? Who gave him that right to standardize? What is the measurement, the scale to measure God? Is there any scale? It's only what he believes. So let us stop making ourselves inferior. Japanese fought against Christianity for 265 years. Because you see, why I used to reiterate this. People used to say, very ignorant people, oh, Christianity, they brought us development. They brought this, I laugh. I say, look at ignorance talking. Do you know what they learned from us also? Do you know? Okay, do you know when they went to Japan? When Europeans went to Japan, Japanese were using bows and arrows, just like Africans. Do you know that? Even some part of Africa, like the Hausas, that time they developed weapons and then gone that time. But buying or getting their advanced technology, that is advancement by Japan. Does it make them to collaborate? Corroborate their tradition? The answer is no. The answer is no. So there is a difference. There is a thin line between this Christian religion they brought to us, which the development is two different things. When you study history, they tell you that, look, they brought, whenever they are going, the Europeans, whenever they are going, They go with people that are doing traders. As they are going with the traders, businessmen in the ship, they have missionaries. So it is two different things. It is for people. Japanese fought and said, no, leave this missionary of 18. We don't need that one. Let them go, please. But we need trade. And the Europeans say, okay, no problem. Because they cannot, that is what the people fought for. The Japanese, they fought for it. They say, okay, no problem. And they got development, maintaining their structure, maintaining their status quo. The only thing is that they learn also from the Europeans. Europeans learn from them. That is how the world is. It's not one-sided. Do you understand? But in our land, you see ignorant people. You tell them, they say, they stop killing in our land, killing of twins in our land. They stop this. Mongopa discovered River Niger. It is them that built this. It is that these are rubbish. You are saying it because you are ignorant. You can maintain your traditional way of life while developing. Examples are in Arab countries. You know, in some Arab countries today, like in Saudi Arabia, a woman is not even allowed to drive a car. Do you know that? No, I don't know whether do you know that? You can see that, you can call it that they are still living in the medieval period, but that is their tradition. That is their Islamic tradition. They don't want it. America tried to change it. They say, no, leave this one for us. It's not now. But they have a development. They have skyscrapers. They are developed. They are not poor. They are developed. Their roads are paved. They have infrastructures. Their children are going to school. They have scientists. Don't you know that? But they maintain their you call it it's medieval primitive system. But are you not running there to go there to work? Ask the Fulani. Is there the fool in Saudi Arabia? The fool there to hustle. You understand? In many Arab countries, even our people are there. But you see everybody wear jalabia. Babariga, I mean Arab Babariga. And you have to maintain. You see, enter in Arab man's a very rich person. He put his seed the way their traditional way. Sofa on the ground. It's not up. It's on the ground. They want to eat. They gather and eat with hand in their. All of them are this. It's their tradition. That is what we are trying to say. But when we are saying it, people think that, we are calling for religious war. What a naivety, what an ignorance. What an ignorant way of seeing things. Okay, look at what your Pope Nicholas the fifth, what he said in 1452 and 1455. He gave an edict because that time there has not been separation of church and state. So the Pope gives edicts. It controls partly the kings and queens in Europe. You understand? What he said, once Portuguese marines began to return to Iberia with captives acquired in West Africa and West Central Africa, notably the treatment of they call it black Gentiles, was addressed in 1452 and 1455 when Pope Nicholas V issued a series of papal bulls, that is edicts, that granted Portugal the right to enslave sub-Saharan Africans. That is the start of slavery. You understand? The start of transatlantic slave trading by these Portuguese. You don't hear again. Now, church leaders argue that slavery served as a natural deterrent and Christianizing influence to barbarous behavior among pagans. Do you see how they describe us? Barbarous behavior among pagans, because we are practicing our own religion. Using this logic, the Pope issued a mandate to the Portuguese king, Alfonso the 5th. Yes, just hold on, I'm coming. And
no, please. I want you to read that statement again. There's something there. I don't want you to just where the Pope, where they're saying that Christianity is to be used to mellow down or to temper down, or to control. Please, can you repeat it again?
Let me come again. Yes. Okay. Once, let me start afresh, because I'm reading from a research fact. Once Portuguese mariners began to return to Iberia with captives acquired in West Africa and West Central Africa, notably the treatment of black Gentiles was addressed in 1452 and 1455, when Pope Nicholas V issued a series of papal bulls, that is edicts, that granted Portugal the right to enslave sub-Saharan Africans. Listen, church leaders argued that slavery served as a natural deterrent and Christianizing influence to barbarous behavior among pagans.
Bingo! That's what I'm looking for.
Using this logic, the Pope issued a mandate to the Portuguese king, Alfonso V, and instructed him. Look at what the Pope wrote verbatim. It's history. It's not something we brought out. It's not religious war. Please listen. What the Pope, for you to know that Christianity caused our suffering today, I can authoritatively tell you that. The edict, the papal bull says, to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens. Saracens, that time it means tribes of Arabia, and the pagans whatsoever, and to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery. Are you listening to what you are defending, please? Let me start again, please, because somehow to invade, search out, capture, vanquish, and subdue all Saracens, that is tribes of Arabia, and the pagans whatsoever, and to reduce their persons to perpetual slavery, and to apply and appropriate to himself and his successors the kingdoms, dukedoms, countries, principalities, dominions, possessions, and goods, to convert them to his and their use and profit. Is it not what Europe is doing today? I ask people listening to me. This verdict is the root cause of what we are suffering today. Colonial is the energy, the root, the taproot of colonialism in Africa by the Europeans. Because the Pope, the Christian Pope, gave them the edict, the authority to do so. It is your right. So he said, not only that, he said enslave them, perpetual slavery. Put the Africans into perpetual slavery, and to apply and appropriate to yourselves and your successors the kingdoms, dukedoms, countries, principalities, dominions, possessions, and goods, to convert them to his and their use and profit. So, when you see what we are suffering today, it is what you are defending when you carry Bible. You don't know that you are programmed to do so right from time. Let me tell you, the Portuguese, they have been coming to Africa prior to that time, buying goods, hides and skins, and other goods. Do you know that even Benin Empire, before transatlantic slavery, was even exporting soap to Portugal? Do you know that? Do you know that? But they will tell you that we don't know nothing. Black race, we are good for nothing. What these people did to us, you cannot, you out of ignorance, we don't know. We don't know. Like Ozekome said, you make your victims, I mean they turn around in order to worship their slave masters. When you wake up in the morning, when Stockholm syndrome, as we know, as Stalin said, know how to treat the people. Just bring a cock, a chicken, a live chicken. You know, pluck out the feathers. The cock will be, you know, when you pluck the whole feathers of a chicken, a live cock, is painful, is crying. Now that nude chicken, you keep him on the ground, start walking, moving out. Now you put hand inside your pocket and bring out corns, pieces of corns. That chicken will in difficulty run to come and, you know, eat from your hand, taking you as his savior, without knowing that you are the cause of his problem. That is the situation they put us. We start defending the weapon they use in order to destroy us as a people, as a race, to keep us where we are today. And somebody will say, no, this is not the problem. This is not this and that. This is not the problem. Look at what your Pope, you worship. Pope, or the infallibility of Pope. You know, we pray it in catechism. We studied it in catechism. That Pope is infallible. He cannot sin. That is what they put us into. To be. I name. Jesus Harry. This is what the man said. It's a decree. If you go to Google, you will see it even as it is written. It's a historical fact as it was written in Latin. That time, the manuscript is there. The picture is there. And he gave them that. Do you know that if that time, if what you process to today, the way you take Christianity, normally the Pope will tell them, or had it been Pope told them that time, no, you are sinning against God, do not ever touch people, say you are enslaving people. Do you know that slave trading wouldn't have taken place? Do you know that? Let me tell you the origin of this slave trading in a nutshell before Wada comes in, please. There was one man, a Portuguese, you know, he's a businessman with ships, you know, he's a captain of ship. In 15th century, exactly 1441, he came to Africa as usual because they have been coming. It's just the thinking of one man, one captain. He came after buying his goods from African soil in Senegambia and the Mauritania side. Now buying seal skins and oil. Now tell me, if we are good for nothing, how does Africans, how do they know how to produce that time, 13th, 14th century? How do they know how to produce oil? Please, can everybody tell me? How did do you know that Mansa Musa, the king of Mali Empire, Songhai Empire, as of that time, in 12th, 13th century, Mali has gold to the extent that that man became the richest person, the richest king of his time. Mansa Musa used gold in what I'm telling you, 12th to 13th century. So how does Africans know how to dig out gold and manufacture gold if we don't know anything? Sometimes, you know, ignorance. Now this man, let me go back. This man, his name is Gonzalez. He's a Portuguese. After buying goods, he called all his crew members. He said, we have already gotten our cargo, but how fair a thing would it be if we who have come to this land for a cargo of such petty merchandise, we are to meet with good fortune and bring the first captive before the presence of our prince? He said that night, Gonzalez led a raiding party into Cape Blanc, a narrow peninsula between Western Sahara and Mauritania, and kidnapped 2 Berbers, 1 man and 1 woman. Another Portuguese mariner, Nuno Tristel, and the members of his crew soon joined Gonçalves. Although the raid resulted in less than a dozen captives. You understand? The writer of this history imagines in his account that Prince Henry of Portugal responded to his enterprise with joy, not so much for the number of captives taken, but for the prospect of the countless captives that could be taken. This is the origin of transatlantic slave trading. Now they took these few Berbers from Mauritania, that side, and went back and gave to Prince. Prince said, where do you bring? That time they called blacks Moors. Where do you bring these people? Now, wow, we say, we captured them as slaves. Do you know what happened? Now they started negotiating with those captured slaves. The prince said, no, let us not treat them bad. We will use them. Now they started negotiating with them. Say, look, for you to be free, you have to lead us so that we capture many of your brothers. They agreed. Do you see where black man also is horrible? Instead of saying no, even if to die. No. All these things still happening. That is the world's mindset. Now, in order to save themselves, they agree. They say, don't worry. Take us back to Africa. We will lead you. Now you go, you capture for you other people, and you leave us. And that they did it. They came, and these people know land, know the land, and they led them. They now captured many other Africans. That is it. And they gave them, guns, muskets. Gave them people to be protecting them. So they make them big people. They make them wealthy. Say, the more you capture, the more you become rich. Do you see? This is another thing, another flawed mentality in Africa. You know why it is so? Because people were not enlightened. You know, there is a lack of enlightenment. Europeans, they were even able to travel abroad, venture abroad, because they were enlightened. Instead of concentrating their energy, killing themselves in Europe, now they say, no, we can find something outside. Now we can settle our scores outside, and we will not be victims of ourselves. Do you understand? Now that is why they were enlightened. They think far. Now they went out, and you see, even outside, let me tell you, France and England and the Britain and Germany, and Germany, yes, all the colonists or colonial masters, they used to fight themselves even in Africa. Do you understand? So they used to fight themselves even in Africa. So that is a lack of enlightenment initially in the case of Africa. So we must continue. I think I will pause here so that one other will come in before I continue. Please, one other, please come in, please.
Yeah, Mazi, they were always a brilliant job. I'm going to start by saying this. The way you started the argument today, very, very interesting, intriguing, by asking the questions about what our values are. Because that is really what we are trying to bring out here. Because when we talk about values, people's behavior, their way of even dress mode, the things they eat, these are the things that constitute people's values. So let's talk about where we live, the location where we live called Nigeria. With the present thing they call politics going on right now, I want to highlight this to give us, put our mind here and highlight this a little bit, because we're talking about values. Every time you see Chinedu on his campaign trail, whether it's campaign or not, you don't need anybody to tell you that's a Yoruba man before he even opens his mouth to speak, because of his dress mode. Anywhere you see Shetima, the same thing. You don't need anybody to tell you he's an Hausa man because of his dress code. Anywhere you see Atiku, the same thing. But the argument becomes, when you look at P2B, you don't know his name. Can you identify P2B by his dress code? The answer is no. We're talking about values. And we know that our dress code, the way of life, because our values are our ways of life. Now, let's go take it a little bit further. Look at our so-called leaders, our political leaders. When they go to the north to meet with the northern elites, they dress according to the northerners' dress code. They tie the turban, they dress up just that way. Can anybody show me? Forget about what they do with Buhari when he's coming. That's why he looks out of place. Chinedu, I think he's coming for campaign in Biafra land. Whether he's going to come or not, I don't know. You will not see him dressed up in our dress code. This our dress code we are trying to promote now, which is Isiago. And Isiago is not even complete the way we are dressing it. Because the true person who really want to wear Isiago will wear Isiago tying wrapper, not wearing pants or what they call trousers. But I'm not going there. So now let's talk about this religion or religions. People must understand that the reason why it looks like we are citing Christian religion is because that's the one that is predominant in our location, the Biafra land. That's why we are citing it. Because let truth be told, what we are doing, we are talking about the major organized religions. That's what we're talking about. And when we take a look at this, let's talk about the two primary religions that is in Nigeria. Muslim religion and Christian religion. The Hausas are dressing the way they are dressing because they are Muslims. That's what brought about that way they dress up. That is just, you reference it. You go to Arab, they are wearing the same thing. Arab countries. That's where that religion started. Because religion, again, is a way of life of the people. The way they perceive or the way they think is the right way from their perception, and all these things are based on things. Where they are, the location where they are, the way of their food and everything, the inspiration, their spiritual inspiration. That's how you come up with religion. That's what forms one's religious belief. So when you talk about the Arab, the condition of where they live, why they put on this robe, is because they are near the desert. It has a lot of reason why they dress it that way. So that's why it's factored into that religion. So anybody embracing that religion must dress that way. It becomes a code of dressing to identify you as a Muslim everywhere in the world. Fine. You come to Christianity. It's an English thing. That is why our people are wearing suits. It's part of the code of dressing of the people that brought the religion to you. Again, what I'm trying to stress is that your religion affects the way we behave, the way we dress, even the food we eat. Because they're all part of our values. That is why you will see somebody in Nigeria where the temperature is 80 degrees, they are dressed up, especially if you have to be a pastor, you have to dress up in suit and put up tie. Because that's what the people that brought the religion, that's their value of life, their way of life. It doesn't make that it's the best way to dress up. No. Because the environment where they're coming from is cold. I'm talking about things that affect values, environmental factors and all that. Now, even when you go to Judaism, they have a way of dressing. That when you see anybody that is practicing Judaism, you will know from the way they are dressed up. You go to Hindu, the same thing. Because all these things were inspired by their values. Mazi, I asked the question on your program yesterday or 2 days ago. What is the value of an Igbo man? Because we threw ourselves into the ABC. Embrace every other person's value. They must not ask our own. Now, when you go to when you talk, I have a very good friend. He's a Muslim. Okay? A serious practicing Muslim. I have a good relationship with him. The only thing we agreed, and I told him, don't talk to me about your religion. I'm not going to talk to you, because at the time I crossed paths with this individual was when I was trying to come out from religiosity. So I told him, I don't want you to talk to me about your religion. I'm not going to talk to you about my religion. If you speak to him, or anytime, you know, we speak a little bit, he will make you to understand that he himself, the religion he has embraced, is the one that is ordained by God, the true God. You speak to a Hindu, they will tell you the same thing. You speak to a Shinto practitioner, they will tell you the same thing. So you begin to ask yourself, like you ask the question, Mazi, what is the standard to identify who this true God is? It's just like when you use the word beauty. Beauty. When you say something is beauty, it depends on who is making the statement. That's how you see the thing that is, because what you may say is beautiful, somebody else may say it's not beautiful. And both individuals are right if they can establish their argument. That is why we are now trying to make us to understand that God has no mandate. God has no particular religion that he ordained that if you do not come to me, if you do not be a member of this particular religion, you are worthless. That's the argument we are making. Because all these religions came up, inspired by men, created them. But why it looks like we are hammering on these two major religions? Because Muslim and Christian religions are the ones that are so domineering. They are the ones that are being used for conquest, to control others. Because anybody that is trying to make the argument that Christianity is the way, the truth, the only way, and if you're not a Christian, you're an infidel. That's exactly why the Fulani said you must be converted to be a Muslim, because as far as they're concerned, Christians are infidels that must be killed or converted. So I'm asking the Christians, are the Muslims right? They will tell me no. But I want them to understand that as passionate as they are with what they believe, so is somebody else passionate with what they believe. Then why should we be fighting on these things that God did not constitute or initiated for anybody? This is the core of my argument, and I believe it's the same thing. Why are we fighting for things that makes no sense, will not bring life to me, will not change my life? Because if I was born in a different place, I will have a different religion, and the same way you are defending your own is the same way I'll be defending whatever I believe. Let me tell you, Christians and Muslims are the most arrogant religious people. I'm going to say it here. Let me put it this way. You know, even in this our setting, this thing we are doing about Biafra project. Anytime you come to a gathering, immediately they will say, let us pray. They are not asking whether everybody there believes in that Christian thing they are doing. They have not given this in a thought. You will never hear them make that thing. They will just impose it. Let us pray. Somebody will start singing. Somebody will start speaking in tongues. Nobody has questioned my feelings. Nobody has asked me whether I believe in it. Nobody has asked me whether I'm a Muslim. Nobody has asked me whether I am a man and a person or a spiritualist. They don't ask you. And I'm supposed to be quiet. And I've been doing that. Because I have come to the level of enlightenment to understand that what they're doing, I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. But because I want to be respectful, I will either exit myself, mute my system, or I will walk away. When they finish, I will rejoin them. Because that's their belief. I brought myself into them. But anytime you want to say anything, these two people, really, they will rise up and begin to tell you that you're going to hell. Have they seen anybody that went to hell and come back to tell them? Or even anybody that went to hell?
No, they are the people, they are fooling the hell.
But we're here fighting. I have made an argument. Osibanjo is a head leader, a leader of a group, Christian group. He has large followers. Osibanjo. And he is the vice president of Nigeria. And the president of Nigeria, whether he's dead or alive, is a devout Muslim. This is where I'm coming. Because this thing does not, anytime I do this in America here, people agree with me. I'm always able to win. Why has Osibanjo for the past 7 years not ministered to Buhari to be converted to be a Christian? Because the next thing, when you start talking to Christians, they will say, oh, Jesus loves you. I am ministering to you because I don't want your soul to go to hell. So my question is, does it mean that Osibanjo wants Buhari to go to hell? Is that why he has not converted him? All these Muslims that are in the cabinet of Nigeria, how many of them have Osibanjo ministered to? None. Let me flip it on the other side. Buhari himself, according to their Muslims, we are infidels. We are worse than pigs. We must be converted or killed. People should go and read. But before I came to where I am, or where I have been for some years now, about religious matters, I took time and read at least 15 different religious books. I always say that the one I can claim mastery in is Christianity, because that's the one I devoted more time to study. If you come to my house, you will see all these religious books. I went through them, including Quran, to come to the conclusion that God did not institute any religion. Because everybody is passionate about their own. It's just like blind people that went to have an experience of an elephant. Go and read that. You will find that each one will give a description of whatever part of the elephant they touch. They will tell you that's what the elephant looks like. That was their experience. So, when was the last time Buhari ministered to Osibanjo to convert to become a Muslim? Never. And he will never. So, what argument am I making? These people will gather together. They are telling you that passionate about their religion. They will be in one room, make decisions that will affect you and I, continue to perpetuate our suffering. They don't raise a single moment to minister to each other. If they so believe in that thing, that's my argument. But when they come out, they go to their churches, they go to their mosques, they begin to fire us up to begin to fight each other. They begin to make us believe that unless I have belonged to your religion or your own faction, I am going to hell. If they so believe in it, don't they love their friends and colleagues? This is my question. I had an encounter with a bishop here in America, a Nigerian bishop, where he began to tell me atrocities he committed. That time I wasn't even going to church. I asked him, do you believe there is God? He said, yes. You don't. How could you do what you did? Yes, people may not have seen you, but if you believe that there is God and this God has power like this claim, omnipresent, why did you do these things, even though you did them in the closet of your house? These are the problems I have with religiosity, my opinion. They are quick to come out to minister to you, preach to you about righteousness, morality, holiness. They love God. The next person sitting to them, they can kill the individual. How can you love something you don't see? You have not seen. You don't even know what it looks like. But your fellow human being, you know, you see, have potential to change your life. Or even if they don't change your life, potential to change your environment to benefit you. you are willing to kill the individual because they don't agree on the same religious principle with you. What are we talking about? That's the argument I'm making. And that is why when I will be glad to say that Biafra is a religion, because that's what should bring us together. It has to be. It doesn't mean I'm telling anybody not to go and worship whatever they believe in. No. Because if religious people, let's go back from the little history you are giving us today, Mazi. Before religion was introduced to our society, we were known, we're talking about values of this tribe called Igbo. I'm using this as an example. We were known for collective efforts. Uguweze. Gidigidi Uguweze. What does that mean? The more the merrier. A king cannot be without the support of his people. Do not leave your brother or sister behind in anything you're doing that is beneficial. Most of the secondary schools that were built in our land were community efforts. I know some of the stories my father told me. There were people that were trained in schools. They didn't have their parents did not have money, but because they were brilliant in the community will come together, raise money to train them. Igbos were known for these values. It doesn't mean that we are we are perfect, but we are talking about our values, the core value of an Igbo man. Biafran in that whole. Most people, most society. So, but these were who we were. But once they brought religion, what did they do? Heavenly race is a personal thing. These are the things they began to introduce to us. So now you don't give a hoot about your brother or your sister. It's all about you. The religion you're practicing is somebody else's value, whom they have pruned, make it to look better than your own, sold it to you, and you bought it who like and sink, who climb and sinker, and now begin to defend it and relegate it to your own, to the goddess. These ROC, these deities they're talking about, that must be destroyed. I'm asking a question. Even as I look in their television, there is this particular pastor now that is the reigning thing, Ebuka. I don't have any personal thing again, but I see all of them now it's about Ebuka. Beside him is a statue of Virgin Mary, a statue molded with ceramic or molded with some kind of cement. Isn't that an idol worship? What is the difference between that statue beside Ebuka and what my ancestors were doing? But Ipia something, do it. Even though my ancestors never worshipped their own. But this one, what is he doing there? Isn't that heresy?
Just a point there. What of you are talking people that pray, their daily prayer is they talk about Mary, the mother of God. Do you know that thing is an abomination? Mary, the mother of God, is the mother of God. And we demonize our own is idol. One other God, please.
Every day you're praying, Saint Peter, pray for me. Saint this. Isn't that ancestral worship? And then I cannot pay pour libation to my dead ancestors. Let us compare these things. But I'm happy to accept the way of life of an European who do not give a damn about me. Because the only reason he brought the religion there was to put me, just like what you read, the edict of the Pope, to put me down. Now let's take a look at all these European countries that are Christian countries. What do you mean is majority of them proclaim to be Christians? How many of them are religious states? None. That secular state. You can practice whatever you like. As long as you're what? Obedient to the laws of the land. Period. Yet they brought the Christianity to us. Never have since I came to America will you wake up in the morning or you're sleeping at night or even you're driving that you see somebody ringing bell approaching you to preach to you, except Nigerians or Africans where you see them. That's why when I meet them, I call the hell out of them. You left the shores of Africa because things were not okay for you, West Africa. And you're coming here to preach to me about Jesus Christ. Before you brought the Christianity to my people, they were doing exploits. Go and check the history of the world. That was why I reverence Ugwele. Go and see the bronze, the axe work they did. Axe work they did. They were smelting bronze. They were, refining palm oil. They were doing things. Before they brought Christianity, there were peace. They had no standing police. There was tranquility in the land. People were not locking their doors. So my argument becomes, those who are claiming that Christianity brought development to us, let me go with that argument. Okay, they made us to start learning their culture. That's the development you're talking about, because they didn't improve our culture. They made us to start buying into learning their own culture. That is the education they brought. Okay, if Christianity brought development to us, then 100 years back, and we must remember that by then you still had majority of the people practicing traditional religion and some were into spiritualism. Why is it now that from every block in Biafra land in Nigeria you have churches today? What I'm trying to say, the number of churches, denominations have multiplied. If Christianity has anything to do with development, Nigeria would have been heaven by now. This is my own argument. If they were responsible, whether it is Muslim or Christianity, if these two religions were responsible for our development, because of the increase and awareness and the way people are willing to die and defend these two religions, Nigeria would have been heaven by now, because you have more increase in people that are practicing these two religions. But what do we have? We have more chaos, more corruption, dishonesty, people killing one another. Not even a Christian, people cannot even tell you something and you believe them because they are lying through their teeth, watching you right there because they have seen their so-called leaders, Christian leaders, lie and get away with it. Before Christianity came into our land, our people were not writing documents as agreements. The agreements were mere words, and each party knew to obey them. But today, we will write all the things we want to write, agree, stamp it left and right, yet we can't obey them. So, what kind of education did all these two? You are known in the society because of your moral standard, telling the truth, standing for justice, equity, fairness. Money you have. It wasn't how much people you screwed up. Excuse my language. No, it was about how well you lived your life, what legacy you left behind, because you were careful not to offend the God of the land and because you believe, they truly believe that it doesn't matter what I do in the secret, this God I'm referencing has the ability to see me and deliver justice. The argument becomes, those who believe that God has this power, God has these essences, and because of that they try to do the right thing
and people who claim they believe in the same God or their God, but yet they can commit any manner of atrocities, desecrate the churches, the altar, do anything they want, get into 419, get into killing, rituals and everything, and yet will come out boldly and pretend to be what they are. Who truly believe in their God? Or who truly believe that the God that references has the power, is omnipresent, omnipotent, has the power to do whatever they claim that God has? This is where I differ with them. And I challenge them whenever I meet. I say, you that claim to be this, I can tell you that if your moral standard and mine is put on a scale, I will beat you hands down because I know who I am. I believe there is a force, and I'm careful, even in my inner thoughts. Why would anybody who claims to be following and worshiping God, because we are talking about how did you come to this standard that your God is the right God, your God is the true God? By the time you talk, they will start referencing to the Bible. Oh, the Bible. No, forget about the Bible. Somebody wrote the Bible. The Bible came from the mind of man. People came together and put this thing together. How do you know that this God you're calling or you're trying to teach me or introduce me to is the true God, and the way you want me to go is the true way? Forget about what is written in the Bible. Because the same your Bible says, by their fruits you shall know them. If you believe in God is who you claim God to be, we will not have autopilot as today in this movement. We will not. People will not have come together and betrayed Ahmadike one. They will not. People will not be trying to destabilize this movement. They will not, because the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. It's not about whether Ahmadike knows what you're doing or not. Because your fear and reverence him, you will not go contrary to an oath you took. Or you come into an organization and all you're doing is trying to destabilize it, and you're claiming to be a Christian and you're claiming to be a pastor, a servant of Almighty God. No, you're not. You cannot be. So let me get back to the argument that I'm going to stop now. If the Christians who came and continued with slavery, enslaving their fellow human beings, even their leader, their ultimate leader then, sanctioned it. Enslaving your fellow human being. And we are all equal before this creator, from your perspective. But yet, it was okay to enslave another human being, subjugate them below animals. What kind of God is that? What kind of God are we talking about? How can that be a true God? How can he be? Compare it with the people who said Ebe Beru Go Bere, who truly believe that there's a God. Because of that, I have to be careful the way I treat my fellow human being. Who truly has the right inspiration of who God is. Well, I'm going to yield for now.
There won't want we must continue.
Mazi, are you there?
Of course, I am. Of course, Wanda. Yes, I am. I don't know.
Hello? I want to be talking to myself.
We must continue. I don't know. Somebody try to call the line, and that's why it distorted the audio of the phone. So I have to bring Wanda back. You know. So we must continue. We must continue. Let me bring her in before I continue, because we need to preach this gospel honestly. Wanda, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yes.
You are coming out clear. I was hearing you. Everything is okay. You know, so
okay,
we must continue. So, as we are saying, what we preach here is common sense. You know, I continue reiterating. Stop thinking like a Christian, like a religious person, or like a Muslim. Just reason like a human being. Finish. That human being you are. Be neutral and reason, and you will see you start shining. You know. So, what Wanda said and what we have been saying. What is the scale of measuring the true God? That is the thing. What is it? Because these people, as what I said, these people, this mainstream religion, why we talk about Christianity, because Islam also is something, but we are talking of the one that affects us directly, because we have all these experiences. They don't care about your feeling. They don't care. The most arrogant set of people, they don't care about your feeling. What matters to them is they do their thing to impose. That imperialism, that imperialistic attitude of the purveyors of this religion. That is the way they behave. They come, they impose anything. If you have any contrary opinion, they call you a demon. That's it. These people are happy whenever they are destroying our shrines. Oh, they call it is God. They clap and shout hallelujah. I put it on my timeline in Facebook the other day. They shout hallelujah, and they don't care about the feelings of the people. The owners of the people that this thing, it means everything for them. They don't care about the feeling. That they are on heavenly mandates, and you ask them where heaven is, they don't know. Now, but when we start preaching, bringing out the historical facts, as I brought out what Nicholas the Fifth, Pope Nicholas the Fifth, the mandate he gave, which is still controlling the European character towards black race to sub-Saharan Africa till today. He's a pope. When I try to bring out all these historical facts, which is history, is something that happened. Now they take offense that want to bring out religious war. Don't you see the hypocrisy? But they are the only people that is good for them to stay on stage, on television, and condemn our values, our religion, everything, and it is okay. They disturb you in the night while you are sleeping. They carry megaphone, or they preach everything, shouting and singing, and you that wants to sleep, you cannot talk because they will term you a demon. But when you want to do your own, to be who you are, they will start picking offense. Do you see the spirit of imperialism? That is, we say white supremacists. That is what they learn from them, what they brought into them, that they must control. They must be in control. This generation, we say no. We must stop the status quo. We must change it. If really, as one asks, if really Christianity brought development, why is it that Nigeria is not developed? Why is it that our land is not developed? It is a question. It's a very, very simple question that these people should answer. If you say, you brought Christianity, they use it to develop our land. Okay, I agree. Okay. Why didn't our land, why is it in a quagmire? Whereas every street, a street of maybe 1 kilometer, you will see 20 different churches in that street. 20 is even little. A street of less than 1 kilometer. Now, why is it that everywhere is not heaven, paradise? Do you see how they behave? Let me tell you, what they instituted in our land is something that they know that it will affect us today. They know it. Okay, now they are no more even talking about Christianity. They are talking about denomination. Once you are not in their denomination, even they label you unbeliever. You see this word unbeliever, if we don't stop it in our land, this is something that put us in a very big mess as a people. He separated us. He made people stop gathering with their fellow brothers and sisters, fellow community villagers. I'm telling you what I know. They said no, they don't come because what is their communion? What is the communion between light and darkness? Now people gather in order to talk something good for the community, for the village. They are not there. They are not there. Count me out. Every other person is unbeliever. As long as you are not going to their church. Do you see how they destroyed our values? Do you see that? That unity, that umbilical cord in our land, they destroyed it. They simply destroyed it. We build schools in our land and give it to the government. We build many things, put electricity, many things, structures or infrastructures in our land. How do you get it? People gather in communities, in villages, and do meetings. Sometimes, no things in communities today. How many people, how many community members could gather one place and eat together? Normal. This person is afraid of this person. This person is afraid of this person. This person is afraid of this person. But all are going to church. All are so-called believers. You believe on what? You believe in shit. We should stop calling ourselves unbelievers. Our brothers unbelievers. Look at ordinary denomination. CMS cannot marry Catholic in parts of our land. The Jehovah's Witness cannot marry simply because he's not in his denomination. Don't you see that we are dying as a people? Don't you see that? Don't you see that? And you want us to continue like this, to heading to abyss, heading to destruction as a people. You want us to continue like this? No. No. What we are asking for is the voice of reason, so that people will start reasoning normally as human beings we are. Upholding our values is something that should save us. It's one of the criteria to our being saved. I'm telling you honestly, because I have not seen any people that progress exclusively on foreign value. When I talk about value, including religion, I never see it. Unless those people are being under conquest, under occupation, direct occupation by those colonies, just like you have in Americas. I used to say, the people you see in America today, they are not the white people. They are Europeans mostly. They are Europeans. The indigenous people are there as my little minority. Didn't you see the other time Pope Francis, he went to Canada to apologize for the role that Catholic played in the massacre of the indigenous Canadian people, the indigenous people in Canada? Didn't you say, I spoke it here, I analyzed it here in this hallowed platform? He went there to apologize. They don't come to Africa to apologize because people, Africans, even they don't even know that they are still defending their slave religion. So they don't even know. They are thanking them that they come to develop us. Whereas the people that understood, the indigenous people in Canada, in the Americas, they understood that these people, they did us bad in the guise of religion, Christianity. And they have been pushing for this for more than 60 years. And finally, Pope, he went to Canada. The last time he went to travel to Canada, he apologized publicly for the role Catholic Church played in the massacre of their people, which is going towards the right direction, a step towards the right direction. Why don't they do it in our land? Because they play the role. Did you know what Pope? What is it? This Pope did? Pope Nicholas the Fifth. That he issued a decree that made us encourage Europeans in order to kill us in as animals, as farm animals, and take us as farm animals, as farm animals. Do you know that? Because you don't know. Because you are ignorant, because you are defending the religion, defending everything. That is why they don't care. They say, these people are still stupid, so are we going to apologize to stupid people? You know, they look at Africans, mostly Nigerians, as very stupid set of people. butterfly claiming to be bird. They don't even regard you as Christians. If they regard you as Christians, the way you are being massacred, we are being massacred in Nigeria. Don't you think that the Pope would have spoken? Do they care about you? Butterflies calling themselves bird. We better go back to our value. It's better we go back to our value and be who we are originally. Because they didn't bring this religion for our own good. People use religion. The most horrible crimes in this world is being committed in the name of religion. Make your researches, it's true. Most horrible crimes against humanity, they are committed in the name of religion. In this world history, in the history of the world, that is the truth. So, when we say coming back to our value, or going back to our value, it is something that we should do. We are not calling for war against Christianity or against any religion, no. But we have the right to restore who we are, as we have the right to restore Biafra. Because when you are saying that we don't have the right to go back to our values, which means we don't have the right to restore Biafra. We should be where they place us to be. Do you see our arguments? You know, we win with superior arguments. I want people, if the lines are open, I want people with other arguments, opposing argument to call. We are not fighting. It is not something personal at all. You bring your argument. If you have superior argument, I will bow down, I will cow. That is who we are as indigenous people of Biafra. We don't know it all, but to bring your arguments. After all, when Nnamdi Kanu, when he was broadcasting morning and night, he made sure to open lines every day so that people will call. Why? Because he wants to hear from people. He wants people to convince him to drop what he's doing. But nobody was able to do so. Because we always go on superior arguments. We believe, you know, once you have superior argument, we will come down and accept it. That's who we are. Let's also go back to the situation of Christianization of Igbo. Let me read a bit about it. The situation of the Christianization mission of Igbo land from 1857 up to 1870 can be best described as wobbly, complicated, and consistently troubled. One Reverend John Christopher Taylor, a descendant of Igbo slaves, not only was he fighting almost fruitlessly to overthrow the social order in Onitsha, because when they came to first in 1841, Boston Fowler, you know, 1841, many of them died out of tropical disease. And he himself, with the leader of the expedition, they ran back. 1841, they ran back to England, and he died 4 years later. You understand? Now, any person you talk about going to Christianize Igbo, he become dead as dodo. You know, they were afraid to come to our land because our environment fight for us, our values fight for us. But after many years, in 1857, other people came. They sent a giant crowd, mostly, you know, before it was mostly white people and few black people. But now, this second mission, they sent mostly black people, but led by a white person. Do you see how they behave? Led by a white person. You must have your leader as a white person. You know, the same way they do in the caliphate in Nigeria. The people that are working hard in federal government parastatals, the real ants working, the termites working hard, doing things, are mostly Igbo people. Southerners, Yorubas are mostly Igbos, but their head is always full of man. They head it. They give the command, but the workers are there. So they use black people in order to Christianize black people. This person, his name is Reverend John Christopher Taylor, a descendant of Igbo slaves. He said not only was he fighting almost fruitlessly to overthrow the social order in Onitsha, because they left, they didn't go to Abo again. They now come to Onitsha. Another strategy, which worked anyway. Now, you see, he said he fought to overthrow the social order, which means there was an order in Onitsha. There was a structure in Onitsha. But they used Christianity in order to destroy it. That structure is our value. That is where we are going back. That is what we want. We are saying here for us to go back to our values. That thing they overthrew when they brought Christianity. Do you understand me? That is what we are preaching. Okay. To overthrow the social order in Onitsha and replace it with Christian and British structure. But he was also having internal problems with his junior colleagues who either embarrassed or challenged his leadership authority. Among them, infighting. People that are done sin because they are going to heaven, but there is infighting. For you to understand that there is not it's about human being. It's about human action. No matter how you take it, you both use this religion in order to conquer us. After black people take it seriously, they take it that it become their mode of life. You both now they are watching Africans as how we create serious and now they are seeing us as very stupid people. So now what happened? To overthrow the social order in Onitsha and replace it with Christian and British structure. But he was also having internal fights with his junior colleagues who either embarrassed or challenged his leadership authority. Okay. Taylor mistook the hospitality of Onitsha people to be a total disposition to the message of Christianity. To be a total disposition to the message of Christianity without understanding the political undertones it carried subtly with it. Onitsha, for a fact, was at war with its neighbors, including Ogidi and Obosi. And so, it desperately needed allies, local or foreign, especially to scare off their enemies from the interiors. The missionaries and traders were a good answer to their desire for alliance to ward off their neighboring enemies. Do you see where our people may always miscalculate? Do you see? When we are fighting a brotherly fight, now foreigner will come and the side wants be friend of one side. That side will accommodate and say, welcome, foreigner, come and help me fight my brother. That is where there is lack of enlightenment. Because without it, or had it been our people were enlightened, they should have known that, look, even if you are fighting with your brother, you should never allow foreigner to come and side with any of you. If you see a foreigner coming to you to help you fight your brother, quickly go and make peace with your brother and say, no, let us fight this foreigner. If we fight them now, when we defeat the foreigner, we can continue in our fight. That is why whenever they say, oh, you Biafrans, you will kill yourselves when Biafra come, I am happy. I say, oh yeah, we kill ourselves. It's better. We are brothers. We will agree to disagree. We will disagree to agree. We are brothers. No matter how we kill ourselves, after we will come to our senses and say, look, we are destroying ourselves, our collective selves. That is the beauty of it. But when we continue allowing foreigners to destroy us, or to side the foreigners to destroy ourselves, that is the most stupid act. You see, the most stupid act that we could have taken. I'm telling you honestly. So, what we are preaching here is upholding our values, because we should not accept and continue allowing people to demonize our value, to demonize our values, our religions, using their own promoting it? Why demonizing our own? Who gives you that audacity, that authority? Who gives you that? You have no authority to do that, because you don't even know God. You don't even know how do you measure God, the true God. You know the problem we have, as one other said, Christians will come and quote that they are the only way, the truth, and the life, everything, with pride, as if he know the truth, he know the way, he know everything. Islam will come and say the same thing. Now, how do you think that this world can accommodate people with this type of very bizarre thinking? How? No person, that is what we believe. What in this world, the same way that you keep your food, you are aware of preparing food, and you are eating it, you have been eating it for centuries, if not millennium, and you are growing. You are not dying of hunger. Then another set of people will come and demonize your food, your feeding system, your agronomy, that it is not good. Are you going to be happy with it? It is what they did, simply what they did to us. So we should understand that they didn't bring this thing in order for us to succeed. They killed us with it. You should see how the King Leopold, in order to Christianize Africans, Congolese, he made sure he slaughtered almost or more than half of the population of Congolese, of almost 18 million people. He slaughtered more than 18 million people in order to Christianize them. Religion makes people to become heartless against their own fellow human beings. Do you understand? This religion, we practice spirituality, not a religion even, because what we practice in our value is one scientific. We do this, do that. Like you have a problem with you are dragging something. This person say, "Nami get them." The other person say, "Nami get them." Our religion, our traditional spirituality say, "Okay, we have a place, a shrine. No problem. Okay, don't kill yourself, please. It's practical. Go here, do this, take this thing. Okay, remove your shirt or remove your shoes. Go to this shrine. Oh yeah, it's a more way. You say now you get this thing. You say yes. You are sure? You say yes. The other person, you say now you get this thing. You say yes. Now you are sure? You say yes. No person. All of you are still agreeing. Say now you okay. We shall see now. Say this, do this, do this, do this. If not me get them, this thing will happen, this and that. You talk. It's practical. It's not something that is we believe. God will see you. Don't worry. If you don't do, God will punish you. No. It's practical. Once you do that in our own system, you will start seeing results. Oku will pay immediately. In the next few days, everything will be settled. What is more practical than it? And you come and say, "Oh, we are worshiping idol." Who are you to bring? What is idol? Who are you to give a standard of God and idol? Who are you? Therefore, we do not preach religious bigotry, please. It's not what we preach here. You have to understand us. People are twisted. There is something. Some people, very mischievous people, they will start saying, we say when Biafra comes, we are going to ban Christianity. No, you never had it from our mouth. What we are doing is to try to put our people to reason, so that we start thinking in our natural way. Our own value, upholding our value. We have the right to do so. The same way the Europeans had the rights, the audacity. They came from Europe, they come to Africa, and intimidated us through violence, through every kinds of means, in order to accept their religion. We also have the right to reject it. Don't we have the right? Don't we have the right? Is that religious bigotry? No, the answer is no. It is not a bigotry. We do not preach religious bigotry. We do not preach religious war. Rather, we are digging out the history of the hidden agenda and motives of foreign religion with which they conquered us mentally and turned us into stupid sheep, which should be slaughtered without resistance. We are bringing out some of the secrets of the divisions which made it easy for them to swallow us by piecemeals. We are bringing out the secrets behind the main reasons why we turned against our natural selves and values. Once we are able to be enlightened about these facts, we should be able to go back into cherishing and upholding our values. This is what we do on Radio Biafra London. Not preaching religious bigotry, never. Far be it. What we preach is that onye emebuna one mother emebuna one more emebuna one mother emebuna one more. Be your own, leave me to be. Do not use your own in order to intimidate me. Let me tell you, if religion is a good thing, let me tell you, even the Fulani Caliphate, the Nigerian politicians, they will not allow it to be. But because they are using it, is good for the politicians. Do you understand? That is why they allow everybody. Oh, I'm called, I'm a pastor. They say, okay, continue. Can you deceive people for us? You say, okay. How dare you? Every time you see people say they are praying, call for prayers for Nigeria, fasting and prayer. Oh, what is that not called to stupidity, for goodness sake? In order to change a country, to change the status quo, things must happen. People must come out to do something. As people came out in NSAT protests, that is how things are done. You understand? It is not for prayer. The Europeans, they were even more stupid than Africans. Until they started understanding, they started thinking. And this thinking, this line of thought awakening, was started by one or very few people. They started discussing what? How can we be in a place with everybody and we become servants, always peasants, working our ass off and receiving nothing or receiving very little? Whereas the kings, the queens, and their personal assistants, they are living big, flamboyant lives, doing nothing. We are peasants. They say no, this can't happen. Before they know, the religious leaders, clergymen will tell them that look, you have to obey your rulers, pray for them so that it will be good for you. They say no. That pattern of thought started growing in them into the population until it burst out into revolution. That is what we are doing. Because when we continue in this status quo, which means you want us also to continue in the Nigeria status quo. The restoration of Biafra starts with the restoration of our values, upholding our values. That is the reality. Because without it, we can never restore a sane country, sane nation. Do you understand? That is what we preach. Wada, please come in so that I will open the lines in a jiffy. Go on, Wada, please go.
Yeah, Mazi, the next thing I would like to contribute is this. You touch on everything. What I'm trying is highlighting on them. Somebody like me, and I believe some of us, or a whole lot of us, have been asking questions, rightfully. Why is it that the church, the church leaders, I'm talking about the Bishop of Canterbury and the Pope, are mute at what is happening in Biafra land or in Nigeria, how they are killing the Christians? They brought this thing to us, okay, made us to believe that's the right way. Okay, let me follow their argument. That's the right way, that's the only way. Then according to this particular religion, we are all equal before God, and human being is the highest creation of God, must be cherished, must be respected. Murder, killing people is a sin. Those who kill must go to hell. Okay. So, but now, another religion they are not part of, which they ask us to denounce every other religion, denounce every other cult, religion, apart from this particular Christian religion, because that's the only way. These people are killing us, slaughtering us. It's in plain sight. It's not hidden agenda anymore. Their ministers, their representatives in Nigeria are being killed, kidnapped. They have not made a statement. They have not said anything. Mazi, it didn't start today. It didn't start today. So the argument then becomes, if they truly believe that they brought this thing to us for our own good, for us to make heaven, why are they keeping quiet and we are being killed?
Why are they allowing the so-called enemies, the infidels, to be killing the righteous ones untimely? And God is silent and quiet too. And they, being the representative of God, are quiet too. They're not saying a word. Like you reference what that Pope did, by releasing an edict, signing it, that legitimized the Slavery Act. There was another Pope. So what I'm trying to establish here, there has been a pattern of them doing this, siding, going on the wrong side of history, siding people when they are committing genocide or committing atrocities. The same thing they are claiming they came out to defend with their religion. This is what is fascinating to me. I stumbled into this one now. This is from the archive of Smithsonian. So anything in Smithsonian is, scholarly verified. So it says, the title is Newly Unsealed Vatican Archives Lay Out Evidence of Pope Pius the 12th's Knowledge of the Holocaust. I'm trying to bring you that we're not the only one that have done it to. It's their parents. Then you begin to ask yourself, why are they not protecting humanity? This article says, I'm going to read a little bit. Pope Pius the 12th led the Catholic Church during the turmoil of the World War II. But his silence on the fate of the millions of Jews killed during the Holocaust has clouded his papacy with controversy. To critique the pontiff's refusal to publicly condemn the Nazis represents a shameful moral falling with devastating consequences. In his polarizing 1999 biography of Pius, British journalist John Colwell argued that the religious leader placed the papacy's supremacy above the plight of Europe Jews, winning a modicum of power and protection from the rising threat of communism by becoming Hitler popes and more. So this is the same thing they're doing with us now. That's why I'm reading this extra. Anybody who wants can go online and say it. It's the same thing. And we are being killed. Majority of us are Christians. They are not saying anything. They are not even intervening. And the people that are killing us are the people that are telling us are infidels. It's the same people that are telling us we should not believe in them. It's the same people that are telling us that they are going to hell. It's the same people that are telling us that the God that worshiping is not the right God. How can that be? These are questions I'm asking. These are the things I ask myself. I don't know when other people ask themselves questions. If they truly believe they brought Christianity for what they are claiming, that is from the true God, how can this God and them being the representative be quiet? And the people that were supposed not to associate with infidels are killing us, destroying our communities. How then can you tell a Muslim person that his God is not greater than your God because he prays to his God when he's coming to slaughter you, and then he comes and succeeds in slaughtering you? And then you're going to tell him your own God who is silent, your own God who is the true way, the light, is allowing you to be slaughtered. How do you convince this Muslim that God he prays to, whether it's the God that answered him or not, that's his belief? Because before they go on their fatwa, they take instruction from the mosque. They finish praying in the mosque. Fatwa is established, announced. They go out, they succeed killing people, and they are not even brought to book. Even when they're being arrested, they are let go. And the people who claim to be worshiping the true God are on the run. Those who survive. How do you convince these people that their God is not the right God? Can anybody have any Christian answer me this question? Because they will tell you their God is giving them the power to do exploit. Is their God that giving them, making them to be successful over you? That's why I'm trying to tell you that it depends from whatever belief you're coming from. You believe your own God is the true God. But in this situation I've cited now, if you're calling on your God from January to December for a particular thing and it's not answering you, how then can you say that God can hear? How can you tell me that God is the ultimate or supreme? How can Nigeria have been praying to God? The more they pray, the more Nigeria is going down. Is this God there? I have a question. How can a Christian be telling me you're praying from January to December, asking this God for one thing, whether it is healing, whether it is money, or whatever you're claiming, you're not getting it? What is my conviction? How can I come out and defend? That's one of the challenges I said to myself when I was going through stress. I said, unless you heal me, I cannot speak of you. Because it's not about what happened to Paul. It's not about what happened in Corinthians. It shouldn't be about what happened in all the ancient Romans. What is this God doing now? Is he dead? Has he stopped working? Has he stopped being God? These are questions I need these people to answer. Because somebody like me did not wake up in the morning and say, these things don't make sense to me anymore. It doesn't. Because it's only the God you call, that, the way you worship God. Because there's only one God. If I follow a particular way and seek him and he answers me, and anytime I seek him through that way, he answers me, that tells me that's the right way to pursue, because he's active. That is the medium to pursue him and to get him. Just the example you gave, Mazi. There are people today I know, communities I know, because I travel there. Mazi, in this place, these people do not lock them. They don't, when they finish building their houses, they don't have keys. They just put door because of animals. And I asked them, I said, why? Are you guys not afraid of somebody coming to steal? You know what my host told me? He said, Mama Mariam, you see this my compound? Even if I travel and come back, nobody will come here and pick a pin. If they like, let them come and pick a pin. They will see. He started laughing. He's a Muslim. He said, I know what I put in my house. Even if I leave my door open, I'm telling you, even in the night, they don't lock the doors. They have no key. He said, let them come. That's what we're talking about. And then somebody will tell me the God that answered by fire, and you're calling him for one thing. Are we following the right way to seek him? That has been my argument, because I remember our ancestors, when they were practicing pure spiritualism. I'm not talking about religion. When they spoke, when they come out in the morning and call Chukwabiama with the offer and urging the Ogu, things start happening. They didn't have to do it like from January to December, asking for one thing. That's the question we're asking. How can this God be silent? How? You have too many churches. The number of churches you have in Biafra land is uncountable. Everybody now is a pastor. Everybody speaks in tongues. Yet this God is silent. All we're asking him, destroy our enemies, give us Biafra. But they are quick to reference to you in the Bible when God was called by the Jews through their own way. Immediately they do what they are asked to do. God will intervene. And if it's the one he will not intervene, he will tell them, because of your sins, I'm not going to intervene. I'm not talking about Christians, I'm talking about Orthodox Jews, those who practice Torah. Can people go back and see? But why is it that this Christian God, we have been calling him? In fact, the more we are calling him, the more the infidels, the more the unbelievers are subjugating us. These are my core questions when it comes to this project. That's why when I hear people begin to sing this crazy, that's why I call it crazy songs, emotional songs and all these things, where is this God? Is there anything difficult for God to do? No. But the question is, are we seeking him through the right way? That's one of my core arguments. Because I know when you seek him through the right way, you do what you're supposed to do according to the way he has inspired your culture. Because God is one universal God, but to every culture, to every location, There's a guiding spirit. There's a monitoring spirit right there. That's the spirit that will inspire the people to come up with a way to reach God. There's only one God, but there are many lords. This is where people miss it. That is where we have missed it. Yeshua even never claimed to be a Lord. They call him a Lord because a Lord, when you begin to interpret that, a Messiah. He said, I came for the Jews. He stated it in the Bible. I came for the Jews. I didn't come for the Gentiles. I didn't write the Bible. When a Gentile woman approached him, was begging him to heal the daughter or the child, he said, listen, the bread that are made for the masters are not for the servants. And the woman responded, even dogs that don't eat the table of a master when it's eating are entitled to eat the crumbs. According to the Bible story, Yeshua turned to her and said, because you believe, your daughter will be healed. But in that context was when he said, I did not come for the Gentiles. When he was arguing with the woman, when the woman was begging him to come, he said, ma'am, I'm paraphrasing, I came for the Jews, I did not come for the Gentiles. But people are imposing him. People are trying to characterize him. People are trying to put it on Yeshua that he claimed he came for the whole world. No. Show me in the Bible. When you call him Jesus Christ, that is the Greek understanding of a savior. That's what they call him. So when you're invoking Jesus Christ, you're invoking the Lord of the Greeks. And then they want to ask that Lord of the Greeks. You're calling him, neglecting your own Lord, the spiritual entity that's supposed to guide you. You neglect it, then you're calling another spiritual entity to come and intervene in your shit. It's just like somebody, you go in a place, you have a problem, your father is there, some other person's father is there, you're calling somebody's father to come and intervene in your case when your father is there. Isn't that what we're, if not, why is this God not answering this? We must go with evidence. We can't be going with emotions. Let him answer us and prove himself that Christianity is the way and the only way out. Let him answer when we call. Is it silent? Is it deaf? Because there's a reason why somebody like me is arguing like this. I called through the Christian way for years. Nobody answered me. But when I left it and went another way, expressly I began to get results of what I was looking for. Do I need anybody to convince me? That's why I argue this way. If you're doing something, the same thing, you get the same result. If the result you're getting is not the same, ask yourself, what is the problem? That's the argument we are making. We cannot have this amount of churches, this amount of born agains, this amount of evangelists, this amount of people speaking in tongues, more than when my ancestors lived. Yet they were able to do exploit. Today we can't do nothing. In fact, our moral standard is beyond decay. Look at our society. The only thing that trends is sexual things and lies. How to con somebody else to become rich. Nobody is speaking about hard work. That was what we were known for. That was what an Igbo man was known for. In fact, there was a saying when I was growing up, an Igbo man, you may see an Igbo man dressed tatteredly, but go and look at the family. That was the core value of an Igbo man. His value, the goodness of the quality of his family was his pride and strength. No more today. You see young men, they want to look like American actors and actors, and then not willing to do anything, even though I'm not blowing most of them because the threshold has not provided them. But instead of them to find that system that is depriving them of their rights, they don't want to talk about it. A man now wants to take care of a woman to take care of him. That is not our value. Has never been. The pride of an Igbo man was his ability to take care of his family and defend his family. What happened to us? These are the questions somebody like me are asking. And yet, majority of them are Christians. The same Bible they're talking about said, a man who cannot provide for his wife, his family, is an infidel, is not worthy to live. Why are they not or even obeying the principle of what they claim they be? That's another one I don't understand. It's easy to quote, but implement what you're quoting, because it's not your culture. That's why it's half-baked. Half-baked. The people that gave you the religion, you come to their society, that is not what is propelling them. That is not what has developed them. You reference Malaysia and Singapore the other day. Yeah, I think it was yesterday, Mazi. Tiny country. But you see our Biafrans, they're doing everything to go there, and then when they go there, they go to that tiny little country that even Malaysia today, one of their exports is oil. They came and took the knowledge from us when Mbakwe developed at the farm. They came and took the knowledge from. That is their major exporting cash crop today. Nigeria, Biafra like that, if you go to that other farm, is nothing to write home about. Malaysia is they're running to. Singapore they're running to. Even the tiniest island in this world, you will see an Igbo man. And that the person is a Christian. My argument to them is, was it Christianity or is it Christianity that developed the place you're going? You that is a Christian, you that speaks in tongues, you that know God more than them, you go to Dubai, it's a Muslim country. Was it religion that developed them? No. Because the religion you're calling, you're talking about, disappointed you. That's why you're running somewhere else. Because if that religion is what you're preaching to me, you want me to come into it, you should not be leaving your space of abode. In fact, you should be, that God would have made that place so palatable that you wouldn't even want to leave. Then you can worship him and know why you're worshiping him. I'm not talking about God, I'm talking about the Lord that invoking on us, because there's only one universal God. And until people begin to think from this point of view, that all these people that are coming up with this concept of religion, what they're talking to you is about Lord, not God, because there's only one God. Oh, the God told me to do this. Oh, God called me. Okay, God has called you. What has your calling? What impact has your calling made to you as an individual to your society? Because the only way you're getting away or getting above others is by doing what? Manipulating them, using them, exploiting them. The business that pastor is setting up, is it God that set the business for him? No, he used your money, your own money, to set the business, to build the church. When he's building the church, he will tell you it's our church. When he finished building the church, the names in the deed of the church is that of his family. But when he comes to you, tell you to pray so that God will drop money from heaven to you. Why didn't he or she pray for God to send them money and put it in their account from heaven? Why are people not asking questions? The same minister will be sick. He will fly in a jet, go to these so-called countries that are unbelievers to get medical help. But when he comes to you, tell you, come, I'm going to pray and pour olive oil on you. And you believe that. The same pastor is telling you, the heavenly, don't worry about here. Heaven is our place. The roads are packed with gold and diamonds. You don't have to worry about the physical things. Don't pursue it. That same pastor will take his child to those places they call unbelievers as developed, to go to school, to learn the ways of the unbelievers, the values of the unbelievers. And when he's dying off, his own child, the same child that went to the land of the unbelievers to get training, will come back and start heading the church. You that have been in that church, paying your contribution and everything to go to heaven, and you did not even develop your own skill, your potential. This little child you knew the day he was born will come back and lead you. You wonder why you have a lot of corruption in the churches. Because they are not honest. These are the things I'm talking about. And I mean all religions. I'm not just talking about Christians. What I'm talking about is found in every organized religion. Because the whole intention is not to lead people to God's way, or to come to know God. It's all about control and usage of other people to advance their own selves. That's the bottom line. Mazi, I'm going to end there.
Before I open the line, there is something somebody sent to me. He said, as the Bible says, Britain that is a Christian country, they brought us Christianity, right? Don't be equally yoked with unbelievers, as I read in 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verse 14 to 17. But Britain amalgamated us with Muslims. So what is it? They yoked us with the heavy unbelievers according to the Christian standard.
Exactly.
No, why did they yoke us with but the worst part is out of ignorance. Our people carry this thing for head. They don't even understand. They don't even understand that they use this in They don't know. That is weird. If the Europeans are looking us, they are laughing. They say these people are stupid. They went to, apologize to people that opened eye in Canada, the indigenous people there that knew, understood, and fought for reparations for what the Roman Catholic Church did to them. But ourselves, we carry out. People are still contributing money, sending money to Rome, percentage to Rome and Canterbury. Among the problem we are in, we are in a mess. But we must deliver ourselves from this.
Yes, honestly. But they know that if that's why the argument I'm making by judgment. If they believe in what they're saying, why would you yoke us with unbelievers? And then you're supporting the unbelievers to continue to subjugate us. Why? Isn't that against principle of what you're preaching? By the way, who is the present Prime Minister of Britain today? Is he a Christian? This one that just took over. Is he a Christian? But Britain is the head of Anglican Church. They really want to. They want somebody to tell me convert people. That man that is there now just took over the mantle of their leadership as a prime minister. Is he a Christian? Like you said, Mazi always. Mazi.
Without any change, according to one man. Change. Honestly, but we must deliver ourselves, and that is what we are doing, because our stupidity is too much and is blocking our progress as a people. What I'm talking as a people, because you can claim this thing is working for me, working for you as an individual, it doesn't mean anything. It's what you believe. That's it. As a people, we are going down. You understand? Until we restore our values. That is when we will restore a very sane country that we manage. We should manage and control and advance and develop. This is where I'm going to stop. We are going to go into a few minutes break, so that when I come back, I will open the lines so that people will start calling in. Please don't go away. I'll be right back.
You become slaves just because you decided to be Christians. Did you decide to be a Christian? African spirituality is the recognition of the fact that the African was not created as an inferior human being. In fact, the African was the first person to have set foot on this planet they call Earth. Why is it that we have abandoned the plain truth and we are following falsehood? African spirituality will guide us on our journey to know ourselves. As we were in the beginning, our ancestors did. So that is what African spirituality will teach you. Know thyself. We are living in a society where things which are ours, we no longer respect them. We respect things which are brought from outside. We have reggae, like Bob Marley says, we have reggae back into slavery. And Pope Nicholas V issued a paper bull, that was a decree, telling all Christians that perpetually enslave people who are not Christians. Why? You sure? The decree which made your ancestors and other slaves was issued by Pope Nicholas V. And he gave authorization to the Portuguese to go and arrest and enslave people.
Because they are not Christians.
They claimed they were not Christians. And you dance around here and call yourself Christians. And the brutalization of the black race, the oppression, suppression, and stealing of the knowledge system of black people were promoted by the so-called Christians. You got where we have reached? China, India, Japan, all these people are not Christians. Why? And they are developing. And we are Christians. And coincidentally, we have a leader who says that he is going to build a cathedral. Meanwhile, we have so many churches there. You look into Accra and you study the population of so-called Christians. And you will see that Ghana, we are very, very developed in stupidity. We are going backwards. Every time you will have a painting of the devil, what color? Black. Every time you will have a painting of the angel, is white. And they continue teaching you that, and you continue accepting that one. Are you not enslaving your mind, your children, your children's children? What is wrong with the African?
Papa, please, so are you saying that we've become slaves just because we decided to be Christians?
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra Hausa service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Chinedu, and I'm here with Wada Marian T. Haida. We are discussing religious issues, and today is Oboche Afo in our land. Oboche Afo. Therefore, our lines are now opened. Our direct line is +1 213 328 6224. I repeat, +1 213 328 6224. Our WhatsApp and Signal line is +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. Remember, we are not preaching religious bigotry here. People that are wronged, people that are slaughtered, people that have been demonized, we have the right to at least rise up. We have the right to expose things done to us. We have the right to so. So if you are mistaking what we are doing here as a religious bigotry, it is your problem. You understand? The restoration of Biafra is what we are in. Some people think that we are going to restore, we are in for restoring another useless African country. No? Instead of that, instead of restoring a country where we will be ignorant and then pushing a country of zombies, instead let us stop it. Instead of our leader say, instead of it, let Biafra no come. I'm telling you, Kai suffer wana wara the Fulani boy direct. Archbishop of Canterbury. Now it's said they go to Rome. No problem. Come I know not suffer. Instead of us to restore another idiotic country, refining and restoring our mentalities, upholding our values will lead us into restoration of a very sane, I say sane and pure country that we will build by ourselves. Practicality, by ourselves through our values. I have callers that are already there. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? You are the first caller, please. Sorry, please, before you go, let me bring this caller on direct line. Caller on direct line, can you hear me? Please go on. Because I cannot keep you waiting. Go on, please. Caller on direct line. Go on.
Hello.
Mazi, go on.
Yes.
Caller on direct line, please go on. Go on. Go on.
Hello, Mazi.
You see, when you call, you don't. If you call on direct line, I pick your call. I don't have to keep you. Please, you continue. Stop saying hello, hello, hello. I don't cherish that. Please. Hello, hello, hello. You are not talking to your girlfriend. Hello. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Nazi, welcome to the program. Please go on.
Okay. My name is Sukwe Emmanuel. Are you hearing me?
The whole world is hearing you. If I'm not hearing, I will tell you I'm not hearing you. So please, when you call, stop asking me, are you hearing me? I tell everybody, please. That question used to upset me. Go on, please.
Okay. I greet you once again this evening. Pastor Jonathan and our sister. I greet my leader, our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, set up this platform. Just expose all the evil thing that is going on, which there will be nowhere on radio, on TV, on newspaper, you can hear the truth. Our leader has been preaching truth, which the Bible said, you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. That was the teaching of Radio Biafra. The truth is just like salt. The Bible said, if the salt lost the taste, it is better you pour it on the ground and mash it with lead. Because what makes salt to be something is that of taste. Then if salt lost the taste, you throw it on the ground, not only that, you match it with lead. That is exactly what is going on. The religion in Nigeria has gone so far deceiving people, of which tomorrow is Sunday. If you are listening to Nigerian churches, because there is no way we live in Nigeria, there will be no church around you. They mount their megaphone every corner. What we will be hearing is money. Is money. How much money you will bring? They need 100 people to come out with 5,000 to pray for them. They need another 100 people for 2,000. They continue praying for them. This thing for all these things, you try to understand that Nigeria churches is looking for money, not for human being anymore. Honestly, If not Nnamdi Kanu, if not Radio Biafra, if there is any other hand on earth, it will start from Nigeria. Because there is no hope, there is no plan. And all those criminals, the Bible in Nigeria, are doing everything humanly possible to deceive the members, to be praying that Nigeria at the time will be developed as a country. Religion is not developing any country. What is developing country is government, good laws that is working. That is what is developing country. It's not religion. What is happening in Nigeria, when you are a trader and you find out you are not doing well, the next thing you will do is to go and look for a place, you start your own church, you go and register it. Some of them go to the graveyard to obtain power, to use, to deceive the gullible ones, to make money from them. Honestly, the worst of the worst is that Igbos as a race, ndị Igbo ọkama n'ama. If you go to any church, Yoruba churches, or anywhere you find church, either Lagos, Abuja, anywhere, Igbo people will be 80% in that church. And they can contribute to money to these criminals for them to reach themselves. But if you tell them about Biafra, about our leader that is come to save them, when you hear what is coming out of them, you're sorry for them. Because this group of people, I don't know what to call them. Do you know that some of these evil people, they go from one country to another? You see these infiltrators, saboteurs, they are going to all these churches, paying tithe and offering, with the hope that they are going to heaven. But in their mind, this group of people are criminals. But they are going to churches, clapping hands, paying tithe and offering. But they are saboteurs. They are Igbo people. What a shame of group of people. So, our people must be very, very careful to receive this information to be a human being. That religion have destroyed Igbo race. Number one problem Igbo have is they don't have time to listen to God. Instead, they follow wrong way. We hope they are going to help.
Thank you, man.
Thank you very much, Mazi.
There will
be a strength to make sure that this teaching will be every corner.
There will. Almost Biafra. Thank you very much. I have a caller waiting on signal. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi Jonathan. Good evening from there.
There will. Mazi, welcome to the program.
Yes, bless you, my brother. Thank you for picking my call, and we must continue to speak this truth. And I will never forget also to thank my beloved sister, Sister Marian. May God continue to give you also wisdom, so that anytime you guys come here every Saturday to educate our people in this religion that the Westerners have used to destroy our brain, you people will speak with us and continue to be bold to tell this truth until our enemy understand that we are not more joking in this thing. And people please continue to guide and protect my leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man who has made us who we are today. Please guide and protect him from every danger, from every hands of the evil ones of the morning ones. Okay. May you grant him successful unconditional release, that at the end all of us will continue to fight until Biafra is Mazi Jonathan, what we are saying in essence is that this issue of religion that the Westerners have brought to us, when we are saying this, people don't really understand that the truth about all these things we are saying is that nobody is saying no, you shouldn't go to church. But what we are saying here is that use your brain to understand that this thing is no more working. Nigeria has been a place whereby the devil himself have made up his mind to carry his bag and run away, and said, if I continue to stay here, they will kill me. The bad man himself. So tell me, my brother, if that country is a country that is working, why are people running away? Why are our people running to Indonesia, to Malaysia, just the way you said, a small country who have developed themselves? We are running away from Africa and we are coming there to reside. And when you ask the same person to go back to Africa, or the same Nigeria he ran away from, he would decide to take a lawyer to defend himself to make sure he stayed there instead of going back to where he come from. This is what we are suffering. And when you still tell the same person, the reason why you must join us to fight to restore Biafra so that all of us will go back home, the same person will be talking rubbish with his mouth. Mazi, the truth about this religion, even me, as I'm telling you today, Mazi, I am going to church with one eye open, one eye closed. It's not everything they tell me inside this church now. I'll just be laughing because my brain has been reset, and I'm going here whenever I wish with my brain intact. You can't deceive me. You can't be yapping all those things every day. Die. The same devil you want to kill is the same devil, even God himself. Is not God. God didn't kill him. He asked him to go and continue to fish for his own. If God cannot kill him, is you a human being who kill devil? Who is deceiving who here? You will took money from people and go and build a mansion and claim it as your own. You build school, you won't even allow your church members for them, even their children, to go to the same school you exploited them from. You build hospitals, you won't allow even the children of that the same church to go there to even have treatment. But when the same man sick, you fly to India, those that are not Christian, you will fly there to go and get medication, to go and take care of himself, and at the end of the day, you will fly back to the country that are Christian, deceiving people every day. Took water, you will pour it on it and ask somebody to drink, you drink it, and you will be healed in the name of Jesus. You know, our people are mad. I'm telling you honestly speaking. Earlier the better we begin to understand these things, earlier better for all of us. Biafra is our religion, and we are going nowhere. This is why we started preaching this thing now, so that our people will get ourselves ready. When Biafra come, you can worship anything you want to worship, but don't use your own garage to spoil my own, Mind your business and mind I mind my own business. Only maybe one more, one more. Simple. That's what we are saying here, man. Okay, my brother. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Mazi.
There were Mazi. There were. I thought that I had a break in communication before. I don't know. I think my voice, whether will try shortly. Okay, we must move on. Thank you, my brother. We must continue. I have a caller that have been there on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Go on, please.
Good evening. Yeah, good evening.
There, Mazi.
My name is Mazi. I'm calling from Biafra land.
Yeah, we'll go on, please.
Mazi, please, I really appreciate your effort and our mom here, Mama Maria. I really appreciate whatever you people are doing, educate us, to lecture. This task is not an easy task, to be sincere. What Christianity have done in our life, Christianity have destroyed many things in our life. It destroyed our way of reasoning, our way of living. There was a day I was discussing with my friends. So they asked me that, why are you not coming to church? I told them that I don't go to church again. That now and it was like all of them were like, am I a herbalist or this and that? I told them that no, I'm not a herbalist. So in church you people sing praises that so I'm not telling you that I'm more. Susie now church na ihe ọnụ na-eme bụ ihe mmụọ iji gosizi na ihe ọnụ na-eme ọ na-amara ife ọnụ na-eme ọnụ jos na-agụ ya ka egwu mana ọ na-amahụ ihe ọnụ na-eme so ya wee wụrụ ya maka ntị ịgwa gị eziokwu many things also many damages in our families. O mere nwanne na nwanne adịghị na mma mee n'ụlọ niile ezinụlọ ya mara na enwere too much of disaster and m na-ayọ ụmụnne anyị I'm pleading to our people. It's not this task is not only for you and Mama alone. We, any place we find ourselves, let us start preaching this our religion to people so that people will understand more better. Not everybody are listening to Radio Biafra. Not everybody, but I plead those who are listening to Radio Biafra, whenever you see anybody, your people, start teaching them, preaching to them about this our religion, because this is how Christianity went into, and Christianity have deeply destroyed us. I must sincere, Christianity have deeply destroyed us, especially this Catholic have destroyed all of us. They come that is a Catholic, they came, they told you that if you didn't receive Holy Communion that you will not go to heaven. And I was like, is Holy Communion God? Is the Holy Communion the way to heaven or what? No, the thing destroy our system, I must confess, and it's hard time we begin to go back to who we are. Even it was in the Bible. When God wanted to, if anytime God wants to punish the Israelites, who did it very well, it's either the Israelites are using another way of people to serve God, like maybe as God give us our own way, that is our own way is a traditional way. We should serve him in traditional way. And we live traditional. We are using European ways to serve God. Look at our town. Look at our villages. Look at our state. No development, nothing, because we abandon our God and we are calling God of another people. So before he will come from London, from Europe to answer us, it will take time. That is why our prayer are not answered. That is why we pray for January to December, year to year, praying to God to answer. We are not calling our God. We are calling the God of Europeans. So for him to come, the distance, check the distance, how many miles away from there to here to answer us, he will not. But if we go back to our traditional way, call him the way our ancestors call him the way our forefathers call him, our own way, I believe you me, once you call God, God will answer you that day. Thank you.
Well, there were Mazi. There were. Thank you very much. We must continue. I have a caller on signal. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Mazi Jonathan.
There will go on.
Good evening, sir. My name is Mazi Fine. My sister, Mother Mela, my greeting to you. Mazi, I thank you for the topic this night based on religion matter. Mazi, in fact, you see, instead of me not to be listening to this religious matter every Saturday, Mazi, it's better that I didn't eat. I'm hungry. Because he always hungry me to listen to this religious matter, because I knew that the white men have eaten us. White men have finished us. White men have, they have killed us with religion. Like as what you said when you started giving us orientation, how they came with the Portuguese, how they came with the missionaries. In one hand, they came with missionaries. In another hand, they came with the trade and barter. If you refuse to take missionaries and they say that you want to trade with them, they will give you a hand for trade and barter. But if you go with missionaries, then we withdraw trade and barter. As we come to our own side, these people use our forefathers, then deceive our forefathers in area of trade and barter to make our forefathers to be involved in slave trade. Then carry our forefathers, use them as a slave trade merchandise for them to get what they need, for them to use religion and they take our resources and they make us to become perpetual blindness. That's what these European people did. But this time around, we have realized that the religion they brought to us is a fake. Whereby, this time around, our people will steal our money to the same Europeans on their own various bankies. Then we accommodate them and they save them and they give them upper hand for them for the stealing, for our things where they steal and come to their country. In that area, they will not come. They will not preach to them about religion. They will not tell them that this thing that you are doing is against religion. They will not preach to them because they have received their own return. They have known that yes, they need to keep silent for our people to steal our wealth and keep for their own various bank, for them to be enriching themselves. For we that accept their religion, continue remain perpetual poor. Mazi, we can never allow that kind of nonsense. Let Europeans come and, in short, I'm calling them now. Let them come and carry their religion. No. We don't need that religion again. Europeans, come and carry a religion. Come and carry a Christianity. Go. We don't need them again. Because I can remember when a God speak to Elijah, he told Elijah, tell that rich man, go to that river. Like as we have Amambra River, we have Imo River, we have other local rivers in our various vicinities. That's how it is that time. That's why I'm starting wondering whether that God that speak to Elijah to tell that man, go to that river and enter that river 7 times you will heal, you will see your healing, you will receive it, you will receive your healing. Whether the same God still they exist in this present time, because I doubt it. If that God still they exist, the God that instructed the man to go and enter the river, 7 times you will get your healing. I don't know whether the same God is speaking to Nigeria pastors. In short, let me not call Nigeria pastors, African pastors this time around. Why that God never speak to them where they are displaying immoral in the name of BB Niger? All the whole pastors in Africa have keep mute on that immoral they are displaying as BB Niger. A program that only educate people how to commit immoral. None of the African pastors has come and condemned that immoral. My brother Jonathan, in fact, coming of Biafra will open the eyes of Africa. Coming of Biafra will let Africa know that the religion which this European brought to us is a fake religion. That it is time for them to come and take this religion back to their place. We don't need that religion again. Let them come and collect their religion. Failure to do that, we are going to follow our way to worship God. The way of our forefathers. How our forefathers worshiping God, that's the way we are going to follow, starting from now. Mazi, may God bless you and bless our sister. We are not going to back down. This religion, let them come and collect it back. We will not need it again.
Thank you very much. We must continue. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct. No. Calls have been coming on direct line, but I don't know what is happening. Whether they are filtering it, this direct line calls, mostly from the zoo, honestly. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me, please?
Mazi.
There, we'll go on, please.
Am I coming out, sir?
Go on, please. You are coming out. Go on.
Thank you. Good evening, sir. From here, this is Radical Media Warrior calling from my location. Ana m ekene gị na nwada Marian n'ọrụ ụmụ nna alụla anyị. Ebe a bụ isi injini bụ unu ji Maazị Jonathan. Anyị onye ọbụla na-agba anyị discuss na religion. Onye ahụ ịma na in fact ya ga-azụ ike ya ọ bụrụ iwu na ọ ga-anọ na the struggle. Ọ bụrụ iwu. This is religion of 18. Onye nwa bụ the isi injini. Ebe a ka esi welu fọtọka anyị complete. Ndị dị ebube wee bụzie ndị enweghịzi ugwu ha nwere. O nwere onye nwere ike ịgwa m red line ndị Igbo nwere red line na ebe a ka ị ga-agadobe ịkros ha n'ebe a ihe furu iwelu. Ndị Igbo enweghị red line. E gburu Deborah n'ugwu Hausa due to no cross their red line. Egbuo nwatakịrị mmadụ due to no bụ Christian making since no red line. Ndị a just been no scatter anyị I be very weak. Okay, Mazi, mana m ajụgo ajụjụ several few questions njugoro ndị a onwe onye na-azanụ ibe ahụ ibe na-ewe m iwe. Ajụgo m ajụjụ since ebubata almost 20 years ebubata this foreign religion in Igbo land. Biko nyegoro na anyị ofu ihe benefit I nweta na this thing. Mazi, could you believe up to now for how many years in Jaju nwe chọrọ exam this ajụ and emechara nchọpụta na ndị be anyị the brainwash they go too deep. They are not even willing to learn to even listen. Kedu ụdị analysis anyị emebere Mazi? The same akwụkwọ ntị ebunyere ụlọ gwara ọrụ na God of Bible n'okele mmanụ na-abụ n'okele ihe niile nọ n'ụwa wee kee mmanụ na-abata na Eve na the whole world mmanụ na-abụ ha mụta mmanụ na-abụ ọgbọ 4 ha were kọrọkwa dị akọ na dị akwụkwọ wee sị na eji mechaa jee ịchụ aja ofu onye wube ibe ya anya ụfụ egbuo Ken Ogbolo has to be corrected. So egbuo ofu now Mazi biko I'm not one, on a follow. Now, the same was like go was also gave us on one mind. Who can sit them now? Critical Munye that can. Critical. I don't mean, those sort of Munye can not go critical that Munya because I'm not been a bad also. Oh, yeah, because for family, because in the Malaga. Na Munya who the apostle General Budozo. Critical. Because I like a okay man up a lot of contradictions. Man, he can't tell them the ban. The do to know no what you going to keep on with he gave me. Anya go go you to Queen and Wayo. I don't know. I'm not thinking it's man the panifa. If other people made a go so many years ago, can they make it? I now force on the ban after force massive. Can I see one divine? We thought I men one year member to educate our people. Today, in fact, Mazi, he had honor to my young lady. Like my fellow black man, not even black man, my fellow Igbo man. They depend on Christianity in Igbo land today. My fellow Igbo man, they depend on a weapon that was used to enslave him. But that only depend here. The same honorable because into British and now what on only all no problem the ban. Yeah, washing or because even the buyer now equal child has on them. Some of them say they are not willing to listen. Now, equal attack them, signaling now Christianity in back. Meanwhile, another fight Christianity. If I may enlightenment, it about people. But I'm not going to I mean, China. Person I name attack. Mazi, how is it? How is educating people and become attack? How? The worst part of it, if you throw questions as a come debate, they will not come. When we find them back, if I have how much we made this thing again, how we made this thing. When we give this story a nation, it can even to foreign religion. How? Ufara sege good rap go do game it na no mechazie okay mechazie mana alo olo ke bi do Biafra ndekwa na ogu religion believe Mazi kobamba ge this religion ma ebe abu the isi engine ebe abu the engine when showing the store themselves with the foreign whatever your root is baby do to come back. This religion, I cannot hear honor. Actually, Angelo has the attitude.
There woman.
That's the attitude.
There woman.
That's the attitude. Okay, see me debate. The country is not developed by debate. Secure agreement. You only take with it. I support why. Okay, see they leave. If you want to very clear. Mazi, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
There woman.
Oh, Biafra.
Almost Biafra.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
You see, we must continue. You know, as our brother is saying, let me say this also. We should never be frustrated. Something that took centuries to propagate. It's not easy to dislodge from the brain. It has become part of us, thinking in that pattern, that way they want us to think. It has become part of us because something we were born with. When you are born into that thing. Don't you know that even we are courageous even in order to challenge, be able to find out and start challenging what we are put into. We have to say bravo to ourselves. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is championing this, or that started this. You understand? So it is a process. We continue. Whether come sun, come shine, we continue saying the same thing. Consistency is the key. You know, consistency is the key. Whether rain is falling, sun is shining, we continue saying the same thing. The same way our leader continued in this Biafra struggle, preaching the gospel. The same way. Had it been he stopped and became frustrated and said, "Nah, yeah, and yourself, I don't know whether the thing is entering," we wouldn't have been where we are today. But we continue. No matter the objections, no matter of some few people, no matter what they say, we continue in what we are doing. You understand? So that is only remedy. Consistency. And before you know it, as you turn around, another person will turn around, another, just one after the other. That is the remedy. Caller on direct line. Caller on direct line. Can you hear me? Caller on direct line. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me? No. Caller on signal. Welcome to the program. Thank you for being there for 6 minutes. Caller on signal. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi.
There, we'll go on, please.
Okay, good evening, Mazi. Good evening, Madam Era. I thank the both of you for the beautiful work you've been doing by propagating the gospel of Biafra. Mazi, I want to start from where you stopped. You know, you spoke about Pope Nicholas V. You know, when he gave the order for slaves to be taken. You know, decades later after his reign, another pope by the name of Pope Alexander VI also beckoned on Christian monarchs to conquer native populations in the name of the Catholic Church. Afterwards, while discussions about slavery often center on European nations' wrongdoings, European historians often obscure the role of the Catholic Church. The European historians are trying to cover up the Catholic Church, just like how they are trying to cover what King Leopold did in Belgium, in Congo, but they are propagating the one that Hitler did in Europe. Now, Mazi, I want to bring you to the knowledge of all Biafrans about this baptism thing and the Holy Communion in the Catholic Church. We must understand the fact that
before you continue, let me say, Mazi, can you hear me, please? Just hold on.
Yes, I can. Okay.
Before you continue, like what you said now, you know, that they are covering up. They are, yes, you are right. But that is the role of a colonist. That is the role of a slave master. He must continue covering up what they are back, what they did. But it is the role of the victims, we the victims, to continue pushing. I gave an example of the, I think some months back or early this year or last year, I forgot. Pope, this present Pope, he traveled to Canada and he publicly apologized to the indigenous people for the role Catholic Church played in killing genocide against them. Do you know why they were able to obtain this? Because they have been pushing for this. They recognize what the church did to them. You cleared them. You know, that keyword, that is the keyword, recognition by the victims of those crimes. If they didn't recognize and they continue carrying Bible, defending everything that Bible say, do you think that Pope will go there to apologize to them? They will leave them because it is good for the for the oppressors. It's good for them. So the problem of Africa is that Africans don't even want to record. They cherish their chains, mental chains. They thought they are still thinking that this church come to save them. They defend it. So why should the oppressors come to apologize to you? Why should they come to do something? Why should they take you serious? So what am I saying? It is for the victims to continue pushing. Armenia pushed for how many years? More than 100 years. They were pushing to be recognized. I mean, the slaughter by Ottoman Empire that is no more in existence. But they continue pushing that the United Nations, the world body, the international community should recognize that Ottoman Empire committed genocide against Armenia during the First World War, 1914 to 1917. Do you know that if it is us, mostly Igbo people, they will fight any person that wants to talk about it, they will kill you. They will tell you want to go backwards. We have to go forward. Just forget about what happened in the past and move forward. That is the attitude of very lousy victims. I'm telling you. But we are no more. We are no more that type of people. This generation of Biafrans, we are no more that type of people. We continue pushing until we get what we want. Mazi, go on, please.
Exactly. Okay. I want to quickly talk about the Holy Communion. The Holy Communion in Catholic Church is a ritual. Christianity was not the first religion to practice communion. Ritual ingestion of wine was already common and secret at least 500 years before the birth of Jesus, known as Bacchus. Mazi, I don't know if you can remember, but I think in the 80s, there was this wine they used to sell in Nigeria, Bacchus tonic wine. Yeah. So now, Dionysus was a Greek god of fertility and ecstasy. Celebrated through ritual, wine drinking, and yearly festivals that also include dancing and intoxication. It was also revealed that not only is there Dionysus born of a virgin, but his blood is wine to be shared, just like the way they do in the Catholic Church. Now I want to quickly dive into baptism. Baptism, it was typical of the Catholic Church throughout its history to adopt the practice of pagan religions and Christianize the pagan rituals. The use of rosary beads, praying to statues, popish gatto, the terms like pontiff, all-seeing father, are all Greek and Vikings analogies. Like in Greeks, they call their deity Dios. The Vikings, they call their own Odin. And these two are referred to the all-seeing father. These pagan practices that the Papists, that's brought in to their Roman deity, they brought all this into the Roman practice. Quickly give two examples. Among the Greeks and Romans, the newborn child was bathed and named and recognized by the father as his son. Thus, they will use water on him. Also, it was written that among the Yoruba Negroes, a priest is sent for at the birth of a child. At the actual name given, the child's face is sprinkled with water from a vessel which stands under a secret tree. Mazi, you know, we in the Igbo, I think we are a funny set of people. Because when we are trying to let them know what is happening, they believe I don't know what they think. This is us as Africans. We practice spiritualism, we don't practice religion. Masses of Europe, they changed their name to God. The name weren't, it was not God. They changed it. And they said that he's the all-seeing Father, all-knowing Father, which they use in the prayer in the Catholic, beginning with our Father who art in heaven. All these things was taken from the Greeks and the Vikings and incorporated into the Catholic Church. Mazi, thank you so much. Thank you.
There were Mazi. We must continue. I have a caller on the red line. Can you hear me? No, it's gone. I don't know. I picked the call we cut. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Can you hear me?
There were Mazi Jonathan Chinedu.
Got the reggae.
There were Mazi Wanda Miriam. Kanenga one. Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. There were watching Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. In fact, I don't know how to thank Chukwuka for the coming of Nnamdi Kanu and for the coming of Radio Biafra and people like you. Without people like you, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, we are in darkness, in nitri. We are not nitri. We are in deep darkness without people like you that exposing this evil that white people bring to us in the name of religion. This slave mental they call Christianity. And I want to tell you, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, you don't have any apology to tell them that you are not preaching hatred. You don't have any apology to them. Because when they bring this abominable religion they call Christianity, they don't have any apology or any remorse to us. They demoralize everything that Chukwuka used to bless us in the name of religion. Just as you said, they say that we should equally yoke ourselves with unbelievers. But they tie us together with the people that is not a Christian. They give us this book, this slave book they call a Bible, and they go and give our enemy weapon to be killing us. Okay. Since they start to be slaughtering their member Christianity in Nigeria, have all these morons that say they are Christianity today, have you seen the Bishop of Canterbury or the Pope of Rome say anything against all this? Why can't our people wake up from their slumber? Why can't our people wake up from this abomination they call Christianity, so that we can go back to our origin? As Chukwuka made us to be before this European came. I must tell you, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu and my fellow Biafrans that are hearing my voice tonight, Christianity is the 90% of the problem that we are suffering today. Do you know, as we are in this struggle today now, you will tell a chronicle Christianity that his government is the good government is the God that we see today. Let us fight for our freedom so that we can have a good government in Biafra land that will take care of everybody. Do you know what that a chronicle Christianity we told you? That this world is not for he or her. That he has a heaven where we're built by God. That he is going. That those that are fighting for freedom is non-believer, that they are fighting the government, that the Bible said that you should pray for government because it's their God that instituted them. That is what he, oh my God. Ndị a riri anyị front and back, ndị a mere anyị alụ. Ndị a mere anyị alụ. Okay, now, they will do, this Christianity, a chronic Christianity, we told you that the Jesus is in them is greater than who is in the world. That no weapon fashioned against them will prosper. But Fulani will enter inside church and slaughter you people like a chicken. Jesus is nowhere to be found. Today, thousands or millions of Christianity in Nigeria, Fulani terrorists are being slaughtering you people like a chicken. The useless Jesus is nowhere to be found.
Mazi, please, Mazi, there is a way.
Who is fooling who?
Mazi, please. No matter what, please, we should be wise when we talk. I don't accept calling it that. No, I will not accept it. Please, it doesn't matter. Let us stop functioning with emotion, but let us function with brain. Millions of people are listening, no matter what.
Okay.
We convince people with a superior argument, not insulting what many people hold as their God or anything. No, that is not our mission here. We convince you. Now it is for you to think. That's it. Please.
Okay.
Go.
Okay, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu. I'm not functioning saying all I'm saying with emotion. No. But I know I understand what you are saying. But we are here for fact and figure. Now, Justice Suleiman told their members that they will use Jesus to protect themselves. But Justice Suleiman went and bought a car that has a bulletproof to protect him and his family. And the enemy of Suleiman came up and slaughtered those their members. And the Jesus cannot protect them. My dear brother, those that are still in this illusion called Christianity, these people is a big fool. My Jonathan, I'm arrest my case.
There were. We must continue. You know, what we do here is to bring people to reason. Not, we are not here to insult your, what do you call it? Your sensitivity, no. Or what you, no.
Or your belief.
Or your belief.
Is your belief.
Yes, it is your belief. If Biafra comes, if you want, you can believe on anything. That is your problem. But we want, all we preach is for you to reason and make the right choice and understand our problems or the source of our problems. What you think that is from heaven knows where, it is not. After all, it is not like that. Caller on direct line, can you hear me? Sorry for keeping you. I don't know that you pick.
Mazi Jonathan.
There, welcome to the program.
Mazi Jonathan, continue strengthening you. Continue to strengthen our mother, Mariam P. Heather. I salute you all. Jonathan, before I go on, sometimes your voice will not be coming out on I listen through. I don't know if it's on community radio only.
No, it is not.
If you open the line, the voice is not coming out. Some of the callers, I did not even get what they were saying. Yes.
You are right. I know. I have fluctuation. The fluctuation.
So I don't know how you rectify the fault.
Yeah, I understand. Go on.
So
It's okay now.
Before I drop,
our value. Dear Jonathan, you know, this topic, honestly, this topic is a very educative topic. Because dear Jonathan, we left our value and we start worshiping the other people, the white people. We start worshiping their own thing. We start worshiping their own God. Mazi Jonathan, it is time for our people to realize that Christianity in Africa, in Biafra land and in Igbo land, is 419 to use it and dupe us. Also as Nigeria, the Janjaweed animal zoological territory is also a fraud and 419. It's time for our people to understand this and fight for their freedom. Because it's only freedom that will give you whatsoever you are looking for in this planet Earth. Dear Jonathan, may Elohim Chukwuka continue to strengthen you and our leader Mazi Nnamdi. May Elohim continue to protect him. Thank you, Mazi Jonathan.
We must continue. Caller on direct line no, it's gone. Caller on signal, welcome to the program. Can you hear me? Caller on signal.
Yes, I can hear you there, Jonathan. Can you hear me?
The whole world is hearing you. Please go.
There, Jonathan, Shike Chukwuka was saying. Mommy, why that Chukwuka was saying, oh, Emma, Biafrans all over the world who don't Chukwuka we are Biafrans. I went to John Chukwuka Kowa. And then Jonathan, you see, all these religious leaders you are seeing here in Biafran land, go and ask them. They know who we are. You're not to John women Allah. Check that Jonathan, I say, go back to your root. We are Biafrans. Well, if you like talk from here, the teacher say, don't care. But this is our land. And Biafra restoration will shame all of them. They will understand that the Creator himself is in charge and is our God. And he sent our leader. I have done it for us. Discharge and Akute. Then Jonathan discharged and Akute before the whole world. Which God can do it? God can't change. It is our God, the only God that created human being. And the whole world that was taken out because of all these religious leaders we have here. Then Jonathan, right in time, then the chicken doesn't get looked at him. Okay, Nathan. On that keep it there. The world powers will bow. Biafra restoration will shut the world down. We must say, no one. Then Jonathan, who remember that will come up. Oh, can't find them for no. And the thing now, is out. Why did Muhammad really not? What does the bishop saw that the entire family really and react and then we come. I will say, any foreign influence here, we want the time. Every nation will live in their own land. We shall want people like that. We are not talking with Biafra, and we are not talking with that of the Kanu. And that of the Kanu must be released by Malande. This time we want Nigeria and that everybody banks. Nonsense. Look what? That's the thing. Want to quiet him again. I want to quiet him again. This shot, what can I do? Washington. This time we are going to get to Jonathan. All these leaders here in Biafra, they will please to be open to charity. I want to call it, please to be should come and be president of Biafra. Forget about that. As a senator, you want to go and collect the whole world and come and take our land so that we don't have a place to live. Every time we say, before any nation here in Biafra land, I don't want to find out my friend. They take it to the house of the common sense. And I think them, those can agitate them. I'm not being water. All the man of the ass in the agitated. I'm Biafrans anywhere here in Biafra land. The question, Kanu the Kanu come come. But I'm not a man. Oh, my child, I'm not a DJ. Couldn't know. They couldn't see the lie on the rook and check it. That's how they talk. Can't get away. Money, no, 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 leave. Boy, could never. I never tell that the woman look like a man. Every day I am not God. I'm so man, my God. I set my life before that power burn off. They want to get I left to go. Then they will put this water down. Everybody, I think, but whatever to perish. The crowd try there, don't know one off no. Naka, Nori, enough. Oje, I'm an alumni to put it on.
He said, there were. Oh, must say Biafran, there were. I'll pick the last caller. Because I'm having some fluctuations in my dashboard. But I will repeat this program during the week. It will be very clear. Caller on, let me see. Caller on direct line, can you hear me? No, it's gone. Caller on signal. I mean WhatsApp, sorry. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. You'll be the
yes, I can hear you, man.
There, woman, say.
Mazi Mariaheda, Ndewo, Mazi Jonathan Ndewo. I want to first of all to say to both of you, thank you for accepting this call. You know, this is a call for service and a call for restoration. You know, it's not an easy thing what both of you are doing. Yes, no, this try here to dig out some of these informations and lay it bare to our people to see. My name is Mazi Chukwudi. I'm calling from South Africa. Let me start by saying this religion that we are talking about is one of the most principal things that we need to talk about and make sure that our people are aware of what they are doing before Biafra come. I know very, very well because I've spoken to so many people in Biafra land. For you to convince them for what they believe is very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. But the more we preach it, the more we say it, the more people go and think, and the more especially our women. Maybe it will reach out to them that they have to have a second thought of what they are doing. Let me use one person as an example. Look at this man of deeper life, who was once asking his members to throw away their TV. Now, a few years later, he becomes the man that people watch on the TV and even perform miracles from TV. The same man affected, because of his type of service administration, affected so many members of my family. Because I came from a family, first of all, we are Catholic before we moved to these Pentecostal churches. So we have Assemblies of God Church, and also we have Deeper Life. And we don't go together. Both of them are of the same Pentecostal churches. Now we have so many. That's one of our sister that was about 40-something years when she got married to a man that his wife died. It's just because of where he was waiting for a deeper man to come all the way from wherever they are trading from to come and marry her in the village, and she ended up becoming an old woman. In my family also is the same. My mother also, it affected me directly what you are just preaching today. That so many times my mother have to take us and run in the streets because she believed that my father is Onyogomo. This woman will go to church, and sort of these people telling these people to go and make food for their husband. They keep these women in the church, telling them that if their husband is not following them, their they need to cut them off because they're gonna make them go to hell, you know. And then this man will come up with work.
Mazi, sorry, I'm not cutting you, but you know, when I sometimes when people criticize what we are doing, what we are preaching here to restore our people, upholding our values, I bow whether these people they are born on planet Mars, whether they are not Biafrans. What you are saying, many of us, most of us suffer the same thing. This religion came and scattered us. I say completely. We start seeing our husband, we start seeing the wife as a demon. Wife, we start seeing the husband as a the Satan. You know, brothers and sisters are scattered. And you know, mutual suspicion always because of religion. It's very sad. Man, please go on.
In some of the cases, this man, mother will be cooking, and after coming back very late, and this man will be waiting, paying. He has already given money for the food to be cooked. All we hearing is "Ayena la la, ayena la ni we ayena." And then you're singing for this man that go and pay your bride price. Just it's horrible what these people did to us. You know, let me say, after this man managed to collect all the money from tithe and offering, the man of deeper life who stop people from watching TV. You know, he built a bridge in somewhere in Yoruba land that was over 10 billion naira, and they built a satellite and they built a one mega church and the rest of them. It's only the people I have a problem with. It's mostly the Igbo ones. When Mariam Heda was saying something, look at Obi, look at the governors. That is why Onyendu say we are conquered people already. Nigerian government refused Onyendu to wear Isiagu to the court. We are not being represented. Our value is gone as a race. The Christianity is hitting us in this side. Also, the government is hitting us on the other side. They make sure that we have nothing to remember who we are as people. If not because of this message that I can tell you categorically that my little sister, cannot tell me that she's traveling to village in a fear of Moana, South Africa. A cause accident on the road. These people are horrible people. To be honest with you, somebody that is going to mountain of fire is sitting somewhere telling people that now they make phone everywhere now.
What you said also, the question I used to ask is this: if these people are always afraid of Imehogu through one way or the other, then where is that their God that is scattering things by fire? They are always afraid.
They have nothing.
They are always afraid.
Where is the power of that God? Where is God the one have power?
You know, I have somebody like this. Yeah, they dig something.
Are you scared?
They dig something in the house and you are afraid. Please, no, but you call God that. Where is
the power of that God? Where is God the one have power?
You know, I have somebody like this. Yeah, they dig something.
Are you scared?
They dig something in the house and you are afraid. Please, no, but you call God that. Where is it?
It's madness. It's total madness.
Nuclear weapon, Kahaji. Weapon of mass.
You are 3 minutes. We are Igbo. I was a little bit young in 1970s, early 70s, where my mother and these people have not even entered these churches. My father married 4 wives. We were living in peace. Everything was going well until this church came in and they started going to this church. They clap from church, they clap their hand until they get into their house, and they continue clapping and praying inside their house. Whereas they disturb the peace of everyone. Let me say the last time I'm going to say, Mazi, sorry for taking your time. The Bible that we are talking about was not here. Pentecostals came to Nigeria in 1950. The clapping of hand and the Bible and the King James and whatever, the Catholic were not reading it at that time. It was this Pentecostal who came to start reading all this Bible they are reading. The same thing that one of my brother will come over the radio. I'm not criticizing him as a person. He's asking Chinedu to read. You know what? Most of the names of the people in the Bible are not even written, are not even the real thing that these people from British wrote in this King James. They twisted the name. The Mary that was married to her husband had Yeshua, and they have James and the other people. They now say he is the one who's going to ask them for forgiveness of sin. They turn everything upside down. Our brother will come here and ask Chinedu to go and start reading the Bible, or the rest they will burn the whole earth down, or they will kill it. The Obama, will call it the man of America, or the British, or he will go and commit suicide in the sky, which is not possible. After reading this Bible, you go to Haneba Opola. I don't understand what.
I forgot that side.
Thank you. Mazi, please don't leave this call that you have received from Elohim to do what you're doing. They will receive you.
They will, Mazi. Well, I'm just laughing. I understand what Mazi is saying. I do understand, honestly, but you know, I've seen it that our brother, it is his own calling. He will commit suicide on the sky, in the sun. I don't know. That is the beauty of it. A nation is filled up with every type of human being. So that is it. That is the beauty of it. Onye in Biafra land. Caller on WhatsApp. Welcome to the program. Go on, please. Caller on WhatsApp.
Yeah, Mazi, good evening. Good evening. My name is Swobi Chukwaluka. I'm calling from Waka, province Biafra land. Mazi, honestly, what that really touched, as in, it provoked the way I'm thinking. You know all this, can I say, all this arrogancy of the Christianity in our land. But do you know that if you come to our markets, all these organized markets, like our big markets, on Mondays or Wednesdays, if you come to buy something, you see that every shop is locked up and they are praying. And I don't know of where that is. So, as if you refuse to join them, if you open your shop, they will charge you or they are disciplining you. So, I don't know. They don't even care for that.
And these are the people that always clamor for freedom of worship. If you do anything, they say no, we have freedom of worship, but they prevent it. They prevent this freedom of worship. It's a hippo. You know, the irony of it and the arrogancy of imperialism. That is exactly the character. As you are preaching, they say no, you are trying to cause a religious war. Yeah. But they do their own thing with impunity. Whether you like it or not, is everybody. All of you is everybody. Do you see that? They don't consider freedom of worship. They don't consider about your feelings, that you are not among them, that you don't believe what they believe. They don't consider it. You must believe. And after, we are also blaming the Fulani for trying to impose their conquer us. You know, it's hypocrisy. We must upholding our values is allowing people to have their choice is one of our core values also. That is it. People that are saying that we are provoking religious radicalism and bigotry and war, they are the ones that are doing this. They don't know with the characters. Go on, Mazi, please go on.
Okay. Mazi, you know, I grew up in Mbo, Anambra State, you know, and my parents are still there. My mother is still living there. When I go there to visit my parents, if you see how my people, as in how people that are living there, how they look like, I will be dying in agony. You know, to see kind of poverty in them, written in them. You'll be one, but they don't know that it's this and this is in their brain. They will be even blaming Buhari, but the little money that they have, they will still be doing it to be looking for miracle. They will go to church, they spend all their money. The remaining balance they use it to play, thinking that I don't understand. Mazi, as in, you really baffles me, Mazi. Thank you very much. Let me stop here.
This is where we are going to stop picking calls, please. Wada, please come in to make your closing remarks before we continue. Although this program, I will replay it because I'm having some problems. You know?
Yeah, Mazi.
Yes.
Most of the callers today are very, very interested. I love their input. I'm telling you, I'm just at the background here laughing. I'm laughing. What I'm saying, they're all contributing on point. You know, that makes me happy because that means they're listening. But the thing is this: any society that loses their culture or their value, nobody will respect them. That's what we're talking about here. And I can understand the question of one of my brother who was, you know, when the scale falls off your eyes, the scale of these organized religions, when the scale of what they are doing or what they have done to us, but when you see somebody else defending it, you have pity. I'm telling you, I don't cause them. I laugh because I was there, even though I was not fanatical like this. But I can understand. It's something that you're born into, something that that's your life. That's a value that was instilled to you. That's all you know. So it's not easy. Behavior learned and not easy to unlearn, but it's doable. That's my own argument. That's why I come with simple questions, things that are happening right there. Use it to ask yourself questions. Don't believe what I'm saying. Just take my question, ask yourself that question, and see whether you can answer it. If you can answer it and you get a different answer from what I am suggesting, then hey, if not, then think about what I'm telling you. Because it makes no sense. The same people that brought these religions to us, the religions we are talking about here, the prominent ones, Muslim and Christianity, they are sitting somewhere watching us destroying ourselves. They have no input. Because when you take it from the side of the Muslim, he will tell you, I am the one that is on the right path of God. You come to the Christian, they say I'm the one on the right path of God. God cannot lie. It is the one that instituted all this. He cannot. These are the concepts of man. But the greater argument I make is this: if a Muslim can go to the mosque and after finish praying, asking God, whatever, however they understand it, to empower them to go and kill unbelievers, and they're able to come out and they're able to kill, succeed, nothing happens to them, and you that have been screaming you are the ones worshiping the true God, and these people are able to come and eliminate you without consequences, whom do you think will believe
that they are the right people worshiping the right God. These are arguments. These are practical things. You don't have to do any arithmetic. You don't have to think deep. Because that's what is empowering these people. And that's why they will tell you, we are the ones on the right side of God. Because if you are on the right, why can't this God defend you? And show, I'm not saying God has no power, but I'm making an argument because God has nothing to do with what we're fighting. These are the concepts of men. That's my argument. Because even when you go to the Christian Bible, there's a story about Elijah having context with the prophets of Baal. If at that day Elijah came out and called on Jehovah, Jehovah did not respond according to the set rule of that context. And then immediately the prophets of Baal opened their mouth. The fire came out and consumed whatever sacrifice. Whom do you think people will believe are worshiping the right God? Remember, two of them were calling the same God. But their differences was the way of worship, the way of reaching this God is the same thing I'm arguing today. Why people took to the side of Elijah, if that story happened, I'm not saying it didn't happen, is because when he called, when he did what he was supposed to do, because of his way or medium of communication with God, immediately through his own Lord, immediately something happened. The prophets of Baal went in disarray. Simple question: where is God? God does exist, but my own argument today is subject that we have abandoned the Lord. But when you go even to the Bible, there is God, whom I call the Godhead. Then you have the Lord God. That's the spirit. That's the spirit that is every community, every tribe have their own Lord God. That is the overseer, spiritual overseer of that community. That what did when you abandon your own and you're calling another one, that's the problem we are going to. That's my own. Whether you come in from a Christian point of Christianity or not, ask yourself question. There are people that claim to be, that call themselves Christians, especially Yoruba Christians. You call them spiritual churches. Ask yourself, follow me with this line of thought of my argument. Why is it that when you go to them, they're still Christians, but because of their way of trying to reach God, they follow the set values according to their inspiration through the Lord God that is in charge of them as a people. You call it spiritual church. You get things begin to happen. Ask yourself why. Yoruba churches, Igbos are there. Because they go there, these are spiritual churches, they perform sacrifice, whatever the way of their ancestors. They interwove it with their own Christianity. That's the difference. That's what I'm talking about. When you go to the Spanish, they have what they call Santa Maria. It's still Christian. But they have their own tradition woven into it. The Roman Catholic, that's why it's called Roman Catholic, because it has Roman values. We are the only one that have abandoned our own values completely, chasing something we don't understand. These are my arguments. Because there's no way we can be calling God through the right channel. He has set for us. Set for us. Because there's a reason why God made different tribes and gave them different tongues, different reasoning, gave them different way of reaching Him. There's a reason. If God wanted us to have one way, we will all be speaking one language. These are my arguments. We will all have the same values. We will all have the same way of doing things. The same plant, the same tree that grew here will be the one that will grow over there. Our way of eating, everything will be the same. There's a reason why He set us in a mosaic pattern. Collectively, we give glory to Him. Why did we abandon our own? Is that what we are dealing with? Because some of the stories that were passed down to me through my father, through some ancestors, my the old people that when I was growing up, I know stories they told me before they got into Christianity, where people were doing exploits with the knowledge passed down to them through our way of worship Again, I'm talking about traditional religion, because traditional religion is not what I'm talking about, because it has been corrupted. That's why I use the language. Our traditional this thing has gone through corruption too. So I'm talking about the pure, which is spiritualism, where you go according to nature, and then you obey the law of nature. You believe in fairness, love, true love, and equity. You do not, subjugate people. You do not think evil. I'm not saying evil will completely be eradicated, but the majority of the people were pure in their mindset, because they know that the God they were worshiping is a pure and true God, and those that must come to Him must come into that righteousness. They observe it. That was why when they say things, it happened. What is the difference now? That's the question we're asking. Something must have happened. So, can we make researches, try to rediscover some of those things our ancestors did? Because it's a kind of technology of its own. That's our own technology. It may be foreign to the Westerners, just like their own was foreign and still foreign to some of us. Can we get back there? Not for everybody. Some of us who are curious. Because some of us who have tried to now begin to go there, tap into it, see that this is pure science that the modern day science is trying to catch up with. That's what somebody like me is discovering as I'm exploring this, spiritualism. The modern day science is trying to catch up with what our ancestors practiced. Their method might have been different. They didn't put it in mathematical equation, physical, where you can say a plus 2 squared. No. It was a principle, it was a law. They were set of laws. Once you apply them, you can stay here and manipulate things in another place, because you're able to break the barrier of physical dimension and go into spiritual dimension where things are settled. These are my own quests. These are things I'm talking about. That is why even when I'm in a place where people begin to talk about their religion, begin to practice it, I ignore them. It doesn't irritate me. I'm telling you. I just shut down or I walk away, because I look at them with pity because of what I know. I look at them with pity because of what I've been exposed. I'll be telling myself, I wish they can know what I know. I wish they can be exposed to what I've been exposed. They will think differently. I don't get angry. But when I begin to when they begin to now try to force me, I will tell them no. If only you can know what I know, you will see why I'm doing what I'm doing. These are my arguments. I am open. I can go to any church. I can go to mosque. I can enter any religious setting. Sit down there, they finish what they are doing, I will walk away. Because I know that what I know now and continue to acquire the knowledge is greater than what they are doing. Because if they will allow me to minister to them, I will share with them some of the secrets of life. So I am happy. I'm not angry. I want them to get there, because if what you're doing, you so believe in it, there are certain things you cannot do. You cannot hate your fellow human being. You cannot think ill of your fellow human being. You cannot just lie to get over somebody else. You cannot cheat. I don't have to make any statement to you. I don't have to make any promise to you. I don't have to talk to you to make you feel good, because it's not about you. If I'm talking to you and I'm making any promises or saying anything, I know I'm communicating with my chief. I owe my loyalty to my chief, and because I know my chief sees everything I'm doing, my chief knows me, follows me everywhere, and I know that I must be honest to my chief, to stand before my chief and argue and put petition for my chief to listen to me, because my chief is a spirit and obeys spiritual rules and regulations about equity and fairness and justice. Whatever relationship I'm having with you and you see me coming as a straightforward person has nothing to do with you as an individual. I am referencing and respecting my chief That's what I'm arguing with these people. If you so believe all this religion, all of them, if you believe that you're serving the true God and you know the principles, the qualities, the characteristics of God Almighty, why are you doing what you're doing without fear? Are you not afraid that this God has the power to destroy you? Are you not afraid that because of your ways, your activities, your lies, your manipulation of another, for your fellow human being, that when you put your petition before the Ancient of Days, that your prayer cannot be answered because you already violated the foundation? God said, if you have to be pure, you have to come to God with purity and equity for it to work. You can't come to God with unclean hands. It won't work. That was the ways of our ancestors. That is why when you come asking, Buzo Jogu, Iga Jogu, am I coming with an unclean hands or clean hands? That is why I try to separate what I'm talking about with modern day traditional religion they're talking about. You will see some, how can you go to a traditionalist and say, I want to use somebody else for money ritual? And somebody is entertaining that? That's corruption before even you start. How can you go to somebody and say, I want to do voodoo on somebody, and the native doctor did not ask you, what did the person do to you? Or ask you to force the person, because you're bringing money, will start working on it. He cannot be the Almighty God we're talking about. These are the things I'm talking about. In the olden days, before a true Didier will entertain your issue. You don't, because he's telling you whatever you're doing, if your life is going to be on top of your head, and if the ancestors did not accept, or the spirit do not accept your petition, it's because you're corrupt. These are the values that made us who we were. This is spiritualism that I'm talking about in its pure state. You know, you begin to understand that you and I, that what holds us together is greater. That I don't have to be in your presence to be upright, or in the presence of a man or human being to be upright. That being aware that there is a higher force that sees everything I'm doing, that I want to be in the good relationship, so that when I bring my petition, he will honor me. That becomes my North Star to make me to be an upright person. It's not about what I say. It should be about what I do. If I have the fear of this God I'm invoking, I'm going to rest here, and I say thank you to everybody. God bless us all as we continue to ride this way. Thank you, man.
You have said it all honestly. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, let me continue reiterating that what we are doing here is to try to push us to reason like human beings we are. You know, when we talk about all these foreign religions, we are all victims. We have the experiences in our land. I'm sorry for the fluctuation of what is happening. I think it's the connectivity, but I will repeat this program. During the week, I will repeat it. Religion brought divisions, hypocrisy, and supports maltreatment of others. Others that are considered non-members, non-religious members, because they don't practice the same religion with you. That is why Pope gave order to enslave, pillage all, conquer, kill them. It is the right thing. It's Pope Nicholas the Fifth. He gave the edict. These are things you are defending. You don't know. You are defending because of ignorance. Something that is being used to conquer you. All these religions, he brings divisions, hypocrisy, and supports maltreatment, encourages maltreatment of others. Killing involved. Because they are not you are not one of their members. So for them, you are an unbeliever, that anything could be done to. No problem. It's allowed. You understand? But our natural value, our values encourage mutual respect. That is why it was surprising to our ancestors to see people that came and start talking about religion, which is for them it is something, it is unnatural. How can you be preaching to me to change to your way of living? It baffles them, or it baffled them, honestly. Because our own, we don't even, anywhere we go, we respect their culture, and we expect people, if they come to our land, they respect our own culture. I could remember there is this one, I don't know whether you know this program before. Is it on IBS, Imo Broadcasting Corporation? Is it Ojemba? When wherever he goes, they do it so that people will understand Nswala of every community. You understand? You go anywhere now, you respect what they respect. Like in our own side, we don't kill python, so you respect it. Some people don't, different animals and different things they don't do. So people are expected to respect mutually, to have mutual respect of cultures and values. It's not going to impose your own. Do you see that our own value is pure? Forget about all these charlatans now. It's not what we are talking. Our own value, we have pure values. Live and let live. You understand? That is what we are encouraging us to go back to. So that we will have that, retain that mutual respect on ourselves. Without any demarcation that, you are deeper life. You are going to deeper life, so you are not on my group. All these churches is just like a religion, is just like social club or party club, parties, political parties. You are not on my group, okay? There are limits of things we can talk. We challenge ourselves. I try to convert you to come to my own party, and you also try to convert me to come to your own party through anything available. But our value is not like that. It's more pure than that. We don't try to convert people to enter into our value. We don't do that. What we do is to uphold our value, to make sure that we continue in our brotherly love. That is what we preach here. So, if you are not comfortable with digging out all these historical or histories concerning the atrocities committed by Christianity in our land, you have to think again. If you are also of the opinion that, no, we should leave this is not about Biafra restoration, you are just funny. I classify you that you are just funny. You are a comedian. Because this is where, like one of our brothers said, this is the engine. The engine they used to keep us. You understand? You can say that, look, our people, we have another primitive mindset, but let me tell you, this religion is what is used in order to lock that mindset, primitive mindset, lock it on us so that we cannot open it. If we want to think outside the primitivity, outside the cage they lock you, they say, no, you want to commit sin, remember heaven. They limit you. Don't think, because believing is the absence of thinking. You understand? Absence of thinking is just belief. You cannot believe what you know. That what you know it. So, When they call you, you're a believer. No, that don't think that is they are encouraging you or they are praising you. Indirectly, they are calling you a foolish person. You believe. You understand? You've not traveled to Malaysia and you believe that Malaysia is a place that maybe it has mountains, full of mountains, and you believe. It's belief. But somebody that knows there will tell you, hey, look at how Malaysia is. It's not what you think. Do you understand me? So, belief is different from knowing. Somebody that knows there, he will not tell you, I believe. No, he said, I know. So when they call you a believer, they are calling you simply a stupid person. You believe because you're stupid. Do you understand me? So, we are trying to make sure to go back to our value, our natural value, that we were before, we are doing well, we were, doing very, very well, sitting, enjoying ourselves, doing things with one accord, until this foreign religion enters into our land and divided us into piecemeals. Meaning that as long as, you people are hidden, you people are infidel, these are unbeliever, you start calling your own brother unbeliever. Once you are calling this unbeliever, which means you are making the Fulani, they are right in calling us infidel. Don't complain. You understand? You shouldn't complain. When they call you infidel, that needs to be killed, that this and that needs to be maltreated. Because that is the same way you are doing maltreating others, which are not of the same religion with you. You are you can call yourself, you can say, oh, no, but we are not killing them. But in one way or the other, you are maltreating them. You understand? You are maltreating them. When people enter into bus and everywhere you see people come to preach, to pray, they don't care about who is there. Oh, it's our own thing. Everybody should be like this. Everybody should be a believer. Now you should not be angry if the Fulani also they treat you like this. Everybody, after all, everybody should be like this. Any person that is not their own, I mean, having their belief system, their pattern of belief is an infidel and should be treated anyhow. You shouldn't be annoyed. What is good for the geese is good for the gander. That is what we preach. Biafra is our religion. If you have any other thing more than Biafra, any other religion more than Biafra, I'm telling you, know that you are not worthy. One way or the other, one day or another, something will provoke you and you will get out, you fall out. That is Biafra spirit. Our religion is Biafra. That is why we are calling people to come back to our value, because that is who we are. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Tomorrow, I think Mazi Chineke will be hosting. Mazi Chineke will be hosting our erudite attorney, Ejiofor, by 8 p.m. PT. So please tune in. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here.
Good night, y'all.
And together with Wada, thank you, Wada. It is simply good night, good evening, and good night.